Hello, all.
Afternoon.
So I think we have everyone except, oh no, Mike's there because I think Tom is not going to be with us. So we have Mark, Randy, Tom, Tony, Mike. Okay, I think we have everybody here. So if Joe, we're ready to go, let us know. We'll get started promptly because it is 1 o'clock. We have a big docket today. And Brett, can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Just so that everybody knows, I'm going to take up continuances and dismissals first. Folks, there's a few of them. I think we have a few cases that are going to take significant time. So I'm going to probably have to deal with time limitations on certain cases today, and I'll address that. 1 minute, I'll be right back. Someone's at my door.
Hello, Tom Stiller, Tony, Randy, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Hey, Mark.
We need to get together for lunch to get reacquainted.
Oh, no kidding.
Totally
Hey, it's only been a year and a half or so, right? Oh, one day, maybe.
I agree.
Joe, are you guys ready for us to get started?
Yeah, all the staff is on the line now.
Okay, that's what I was going to say, because we have Zach and we have Anna, right? Okay.
Anna and Jared, yep.
Okay. And there's Jared. I didn't see Jared. Okay. Okay. So let's get started. All right. Everybody ready?
Okay, we'll go on the record. I'll be doing a brief read on, then we can proceed. All right, good afternoon. My name is Brett Torrance. I'm the reporter assigned by Veritex to take the record of this proceeding. I'm a notary authorized to take acknowledgements and administer oaths in Missouri. We are now on the record. This is the Board of Zoning Adjustments special meeting taken at 1:01 p.m. on August 10th, 2021. At this point, you may proceed.
Thank you. I will call this meeting to order and would invite everyone who's here today to listen to the instructions that I first give, and then Joe Rexwinkel will also give you. I do believe we have quite a few cases today, and I understand some cases may have quite a bit of public testimony. I am going to, because of the length of this docket today, probably have to limit the time that we can accept certain testimony. So if you're here on cases and it turns out that there are several people to speak, I will ask that you take this time to organize yourself so that we don't have repetitive testimony and that everyone has a fair chance to speak, but that we have time to get it done in the board's timeframe today. So I will let Joe give you some basic instructions, then I will swear in the staff witnesses and we'll begin taking cases. Joe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The basic instructions, I think we're all pretty used to Zoom at this point, but if the first time you've done a public hearing on Zoom and you're an attendee, there are basically two different groups of people participating today. There are attendees and panelists. Right now, the only panelists are the board members themselves plus staff. If you are an applicant or a citizen who's interested in a case when the chairwoman calls it, please raise your hand and we'll promote you over to a panelist position. When we promote you over to a panelist position, it'll appear temporarily as though you're being disconnected. Don't panic, you'll rejoin us as a panelist, and at that time, you will be able to share your video and audio, and I believe the chairwoman would like you to do both so that she can swear you in at that point. Once you're in as a panelist, just make sure you're muted when you're not speaking so that we're not picking up any of your background noise. And then if you have a username in here that's a phone number. I understand you may not be able to change that username. However, we will need you to say your first and last name when you do speak. And then anyone who is joining us from a phone or a computer through the Zoom app, if you could change your username, to your first and last name, we would greatly appreciate it. And I think that's it, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Joe. All right, then let's begin with swearing in our staff members that will need to be giving testimony today. I'd ask those of you that are here to do that, to turn on your cameras and turn on your microphone so we can swear you in. All right, I think I have Jared, Anna, and Zach, correct? Okay, so could each of you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Could each of you, starting with Zach, state your name for the record?
Zach Nelson, City Planning Staff.
Jared
Jared Clements, City Planning Staff.
and Anna.
Anna Naniski, City Planner.
Thank you. I would like to then call the first case on the board's docket. Actually, no, I paused there. My own error there first. I want to go through a few cases that have continuances or dismissals on them so we can get those out of the way quickly since we have such a large docket. The first case I want to call is docket number 3, case number 50. It has an address of 8716 East 67th Street. Is the applicant online? And if so, please raise your hand to be promoted.
I don't believe the applicant is online. However, this case has not been heard by the City Plan Commission yet.
And so you need a continuance until when, Zach?
Let me check just a moment. I'm sorry.
I see September 14th. Is that still accurate?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So there's no one online. Is that correct? No one's raising their hand. Okay.
I don't believe so.
Okay.
No, Madam Chair, sorry.
No, I see you're occupied with answering some questions. I can see that. I try to pay attention, Joe. So having heard from no one in the public of interest on this motion for continuance, does the board have a motion on this request for me?
So moved to September 14th, Madam Chair.
I
In
have a-
case number 00050.
Thank you. It's 00050.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter is continued to September 14th. I would then like to call docket number 5, case number 53, with an address of 4201 East 109th Street. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted? I understand this is a request for dismissal.
I don't believe the applicant is here, Madam Chair. This is Jared Clements, City Planning Staff. The applicant has requested dismissal of this case.
Is there anyone online interested in this case? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to dismissal from a board member.
So moved.
I have a motion from Mr. Banuki. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Kelleher. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Chair votes with the motion. This matter's been dismissed. Thank you. The next cases I want to call are docket numbers 11A and 11B. These are case numbers 55 and 56. The addresses are 901 East 39th Street and 907 East 39th Street. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted?
They have raised their hand. I'll promote Stephen Lucas.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lucas, if you can hear me, if you would turn on your camera and your microphone, please.
Okay. Madam Chair, can you hear me?
I can and see you. Thank you, Mr. Lucas.
Okay.
Would you
Thank you.
state your name for the record, please?
Sure. My name is Stephen Lucas. I'm with Rouse Frets.
Okay. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Wow. Is there a request on these two cases today for continuance?
Yes, a request for an additional continuance. Last Thursday, we had an opportunity to meet with city staff and receive some needed clarification with respect to zoning and development code so that the architect can move forward and provide drawings for modification to be submitted and reviewed by the city.
And how long of a continuance are you requesting, Mr. Lucas?
I mean, Joe, if you want to chime in here, what you think may be reasonable, because I want to discuss the initial renderings with you, and then we would submit and however long you think it may take to receive review and approval from the building department, I suppose.
Okay, so the first round of review is 4 weeks. And then if there's a subsequent round, it would be half that amount of time. So I think it's reasonable to assume 6 weeks for the permit review. I think 2 months minimum, and 3 months is 3 months maximum, because it should be within those two timeframes, in my opinion.
I see October 12th as a date and November 9th.
So I guess, yeah, one of those dates, whatever, we're trying to move as quickly as possible and get this resolved, but yeah, whatever date works for you, Madam Chair.
So is October 12th the earliest of those dates from what I heard, right?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so I think that answers the question, Mr. Lucas, if that's cool.
Okay, thank you.
Board members, do you understand the request? And do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion from Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second from Mr. Fanucchi. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. These two matters have been continued until October 12th. Thank you, Mr. Lucas.
Thank you.
The next case that we need to address that's a dismissal or continuance would be case number 14. I'm sorry, docket number 14, case number 77. The address is 1034 West 37th Street. If the applicant is online, please raise your hand to be promoted.
Madam Chair, I do not believe the applicant is here. They requested dismissal of this case because they don't plan on building the building anymore.
Okay, fair enough. Do I have a motion from a board member to dismiss this matter?
So moved.
So moved.
I have a motion from Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Kelleher. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter has been dismissed. All right, moving forward, I think there's one more case that has a continuance, and so let's address that, and then we'll go back to the beginning of the docket. That is docket number 23, case number 97. The address is 5132 North Cypress Avenue. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted?
Madam Chair, I do not believe the applicant is here. They need to provide a few more documents prior to coming before the board, so they request continuance to the next hearing.
Which would be the September 14th hearing, correct, Jared? All right. Do I have a motion to continue this matter until September 14th?
So moved.
I have a motion from Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Stiller. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter will be continued until September 14th. Okay, let's go back to the beginning of the docket, and we will go to docket item number 1. The 1A, and 1A and 1B should be called together. Is that correct? Okay, so let's call.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you, Jared. Let's call docket items 1A and 1B. 1A has a docket number of 17, and docket 1B has a case number of 18, and the address for both locations is 2802 East 9th Street. Would the applicant and any other parties interested in this case please raise their hand to be promoted?
Madam Chair, I'm promoting George Nerussel. Is there someone else? Is that it, Jared?
I believe that's it, but there is the property owner. I'm not sure if they will be in attendance, so we can let George speak to if anyone else is coming.
Okay, that's the only one that had raised their hand.
Okay. Do we have an affidavit for George?
Jared, do you know if there is one?
yes.
Sorry. Right. George, if you can hear me, I can see a box for you. If you turn on your camera and your microphone, please. George, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, I can hear you now. Can you turn on your camera?
I've got it on, but I'm not sure why it's not coming through.
Okay. Is there anyone else with you today?
Mr. Mohammed was out of town. He was going to try to join by phone if he could, but I'm not sure what his status is.
Okay. Okay. Jared, can you not share your screen just yet? Sorry, because I need to, sorry.
Sure thing. Sorry, Madam Chair. I just
I
was
know.
trying to show the exhibits.
Yep, I get it. Well, just in a second. Yeah, we'll go there. Okay. Okay, George, can you state your name for the record, please?
Sure. George Niewrzel, Niewrzel.
And can you raise your hand and take the oath with me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Jared, if you would then tell us about this case, these two cases, I'm sorry. If there are there administrative exhibits you were trying to show me?
Yes, there are. I've shared my screen now.
Okay.
These are the exhibits that should have been in the staff report. That was my error to not include them.
That's okay. Are they the same for both staff report, Jared?
Yes.
Okay. George, do you have any objection to these 9 exhibits being admitted?
No, I do not.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. Jared, please proceed with your presentation of the PowerPoint.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, before us we have docket items 1A and 1B. These are 2 special use permits, the first being for motor vehicle sales, the second being for motor vehicle repair. The zoning district for these SUPs is B3-2. The location is 2802 East 9th Street. The applicant did hold a public engagement meeting for this request. So here's the location in relation to the rest of the city. It is in the Independence Plaza area. More specifically, it is near the northeast corner of East 9th Street and Chestnut Avenue. This is a north-facing view of the property. The development of this site does not include the lot on the left. This is not a part of the development. These are the elevations of the proposed building on the site. The applicant proposes a brick veneer and 4 service bays. This is the landscaping plan for the project. The property to the east is used residentially, but is zoned B3-2 as well. Because of this, the city couldn't require a landscaping buffer as we usually would, because the landscaping buffer requirements are triggered when adjacent properties are residentially zoned. Staff and CPC were concerned about the lack of screening between the residential use and parking lot. As such, the applicant has proposed an alternative compliance landscaping plan. As part of this plan, the applicant has provided landscaping facing 9th Street rather than interior landscaping, and has also provided the landscaping buffer along the eastern property line. These are the special use permit approval criteria. The proposed use complies with all applicable standards of the Zoning and Development Code. It is in the interest of the public convenience, or it's anticipated to be. And the noise, traffic generation, and hours of operation are anticipated to be compatible with the surrounding area and not have an adverse impact on the pedestrian safety or comfort. I did not need to have a recommendation. This concludes my presentation.
So Jared, there are no conditions along with your recommendation today, correct?
There are conditions, I guess. Yeah, excuse me. I'm sorry. Staff recommends approval with conditions as listed in the attached conditions, corrections, and recommendation report.
Okay. All right. George, why do you believe the board should grant the request for these two docket items?
We believe the project complies with the applicable standards of the zoning and development code. We believe it's in the interest of the public convenience and will offer a quality option to the neighborhood for auto repairs and purchases, and that it's a needed service in the neighborhood. We believe it'll contribute to public convenience and is not anticipated to have a significant impact on the welfare of the neighborhood, a negative impact or of the neighborhood. Based on this, we ask for your approval.
And let me ask, for people that are online, is there anyone here in opposition or support to these two requests for special use permits? Okay.
I don't see anyone raising their hand.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Do any board members need further questions answered by staff or the applicant's representative?
Madam Chair, I do have a quick question.
Yes, go ahead, Mr.
Do we know the ownership of the property right on the corner of 9th and Chestnut? Is that it looks like the corner is owned by someone other than the applicant. Am I seeing that right?
Yeah, the corner property is not included in the development. It's owned by someone else.
By someone else, okay.
Okay. Any other questions or clarifications needed from board members? Then I would entertain a motion on these matters. I believe one motion will be sufficient.
Madam Chair, in case number 34, I move that the application be granted in accordance with staff report and site plan and subject to all conditions listed therein.
Okay, I'm going to make one correction. This are case number 17 and 18.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
That's okay. I just wanted, that's my job to make sure that we get this right. So no problems. All right. So your motion is the same, except you want to do that in cases 17 and 18, correct, Mr. Kelleher?
Yes.
Okay. Do I have a motion to that corrected motion? Do I have a second to that corrected motion?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Stiller. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. These requests have been granted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's move then to docket number 2, case number 34. And I would ask that all the applicant and all parties that are interested in this case that are online raise their hand to be promoted so we can identify you and take testimony. Is Whitney Lang present? Anyone online?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yes, I've just promoted Whitney Lang,
Okay, great.
Madam Chair.
Sorry. Ms. Lang, can you see and hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you see and hear me?
I can, thank you.
Wonderful.
Could you state your name, please?
Whitney Lang, Gould Evans Architects.
Okay, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And Joe, was there anyone else that raised their hand of interest in this?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay.
We might have some people that are having a hard time getting on because we do at least have one more that's going to join.
Well, one more person from your office?
Yes, yes.
And do you know what that person's name is? So Mr. Rexwinkle could promote them?
Yes, it is Steve Vukolich, Vukelich.
There he is. Okay. Mr. Vukolich, could you turn on your camera and your microphone? Yes, I can see you, sir.
Yes.
Can you see and hear me?
I can.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
Steve Vukolich.
And would you raise your hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Right. Let's review the staff report on this matter. I believe that I would ask Ms. Lang and Mr. Vukolich, have you reviewed the staff report connected with your request?
We have.
Okay. And at the bottom of that report, Zach, did I miss those? Do you have
I believe the exhibits got left off, but I have a slide showing the exhibits.
Okay.
Jared.
What, can you pull that up so I can see that and ask the applicants if they object to my admitting those?
Sure. Just a moment.
Okay. All right. Folks, do you see that screen that Mr. Nelson has just shown? And there are 12 administrative exhibits that are connected to your application today. Do you have any objection to my admitting those 12 exhibits so that the board can consider and make a decision on your request?
No.
Administrative exhibits 1 through 12 will be admitted. Zach, if you would proceed with your presentation.
Sure, thank you. So this next case is a request for a special use permit to allow for Casey Girls Prep Academy. So a little bit of overview, very briefly. This is to allow for a new high school, more specifically in an R2.5 zoning district. That's considered a public and civic use, which is why it's required in that zoning district. The building itself is an addition to an existing building. I'll show that in just a moment, but the new portion will be approximately 47,000 square feet, and it will also be subject to the Boulevard and Parkway standards, which I will go into a little bit more detail in just a moment. So this is located south of the river near Van Brunt Boulevard. I guess I should expand my screen there. There we go. And so the subject site is located in a portion just west of Van Brunt Boulevard and just north of East 17th Street. And the Urban Community Leadership Academy Middle School is directly to the west. And so the applicant has recently acquired this piece that's adjacent to Van Brunt Boulevard from the Parks Department. And then a little bit more context, the East High School is just to the south here as well. So this is looking north at the subject site. Again, like I said, it's undeveloped. It's just grassy area currently, and it slopes quite a bit from the south to the north as well. And then you can also see kind of the scale of the existing building as well. It's brick and some stone as well. So the site plan shows the new high school building to be connected to the existing middle school with the main entry off of East 17th Street here. And it'll have full sidewalk access, or new sidewalks rather, along Van Brunt Boulevard and along East 17th Street. There will be some angled parking in front of the school and then another bump out as well to allow for additional drop off. There's also a service and delivery entry on the back of the school off of Van Brunt Boulevard, as you can see here. So that kind of gives a broad overview of what's being proposed. In terms of landscaping, a lot of new street trees are proposed. And then there will be also a lot of screening as well of that service area. There are several trash enclosures that'll be fully screened as well. The street trees do not fully comply with the minimum required amount. So that is one variance that will be needed. And then in terms of the building elevations, it'll largely match the existing building. It'll be primarily brick with some precast concrete and a lot of windows as well. And so these two middle elevations, the north and east elevations, are the two building elevations that will face onto the boulevard. And so those are the two sides that are specifically subject to the Boulevard and Parkway standards. And then this top elevation here is the colored portion is what is being proposed, and that will be the front of the school. And then this is the existing to the west here. Just some closer elevations, just giving a little bit more perspective. This middle elevation, again, is the front of the school. And then here are a few perspectives, just giving a better idea of the scale and the layout. And then I just, to give you a little bit more, a better idea of how it'll function, this portion that's fully masonry without any windows, that is proposed to be a new gymnasium for the school. And so that won't have any windows as it's currently shown. And so this portion in red is the area I was just showing that will be the gym. It'll be approximately 7,000 square feet. And the applicant has stated that there's a building code requirement in terms of storm shelters, which prevents the applicant from meeting the 60% transparency requirement that's required for all facades facing the boulevard. So I just wanted to point that out. And then in terms of transparency overall, any facade facing the boulevard is required to provide a minimum of 60% transparency on the ground level. And so this is broken down in 3 ways. The north facing facades are the facades shown in yellow. The east facing facades are the facades shown in blue. And then this orange facade is the gym that has 0% transparency. And so there are several variances. I'll be very brief with these. The first request, or variance request rather, is the ground level transparency for the east elevations, which is the blue facades. 60% transparency is required. The applicant is proposing 29% transparency and is requesting a variance in the amount of 31%. The second variance request is for the north elevations in yellow. 60% transparency is required, 43% is proposed, and the variance in the amount of 17% is requested. The third request is for the gym itself. A full variance of 60% is being requested for the gym. The fourth variance request is for street trees. 51 street trees are required, 47 are proposed, and a variance in the amount of 4 street trees are being requested. And then in terms of the setback for the closest portion to the actual boulevard right-of-way line, a minimum 20-foot setback is required. I do know that the plan shows 11.72 feet. However, the applicant has stated they anticipate the building after settling might be as close as 8.5 feet. And so that's what staff has used to make this variance determination. So they have stated that it could be proposed to be as close as 8 feet 6 inches. And as a result, a variance amount of 11 feet 6 inches is being requested. Just a few more. And then in terms of some of the other building, boulevard and parkway standards requirements, delivery and access service, delivery and service access is not allowed facing the boulevard. This site plan does propose that. And so the applicant is requesting a variance to allow for that on the boulevard facing side. And then additionally, I'm sorry, the second one should say trash enclosures. Those are also not allowed on the boulevard facing side, and that is being proposed as well. And then the final variance that's being requested is the boulevard and parkway standards require the primary entrance to face onto the boulevard. And as I mentioned, the site plan shows it facing onto 17th Street. And so this final variance is requesting that it be allowed to remain on the 17th Street side. So staff has reviewed all of this criteria against the approval criteria for special use permits and believes that it complies with all of the approval criteria. I won't go through all of this, but staff believes that this is an appropriate use and it matches the scale and context of the area. And this went to City Plan Commission last month, and they recommended approval subject to the 22 conditions in the staff report. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you, Zach. Ms. Lang, why don't you explain to the board why you believe we should grant these various, why we should grant the variance request and approve the special use permit in this case?
Yeah, absolutely. To start with Casey Girls Preparatory Academy, it's a tuition-free charter school available to all neighboring girls grades 5 through 12. And so we believe it's enhancing the neighborhood by investing in that land and in the local education, adding sidewalks around where there don't currently exist any today. So we think those are positive impacts to the community. The list of hardships, just due to the nature of the site, the irregular shape, kind of that elongated triangle, just really limit where and how we can build on that site. There's a 40-foot grade change from 17th Street to the north side of Van Brunt. There's an existing main entrance, beautiful historical entrance that the school would like to maintain as their entrance. There is no back of the building, and so to be able to get services in, we're incredibly challenged. And then additionally, in terms of transparency, one, as Zach mentioned, is the building code ICP 500 storm shelter requirement. And the second is just generally an education and in schools limiting the amount of glazing from a security standpoint from the outside into the classrooms, trying to find that right balance to ensure good visibility out for the students and faculty, but still providing a sense of safety and security.
And so, did I understand?
I've got
Hey, hold on a second. George, we can hear you. Can you mute yourself? Not sure you can hear me. Joe, can you mute him?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I don't know if you can unpromote him. Does he have another case coming up? I'm sorry, Ms. Lang. More for the court reporter, so we get a clean record should we need to have further dealings with this matter. So my question is I understood that you have some requirements for having a storm shelter for the students, and is that what the gymnasium will also serve?
Correct. It will be designed and engineered to the current building codes, IBC 2018, that the city of Kansas City has adopted.
Okay, all right. Have the neighbors reached out and had any concerns about this construction?
We went through the city required engagement and community engagement process. We held the neighborhood Zoom meeting last week and we had 0 participants show up. We did reach out in 2 formats to the contact on the city's website for the neighborhood association and did not receive any correspondence back. So as far as I know, there has been no one in the neighborhood has contacted.
Okay. Okay. My final question is there are 22 conditions. Some of those are obtained variances from this board, but does the applicant, the school, agree to all of those conditions? Should this board grant the variances and approve the permit?
Yes, they do.
Okay. All right. Board members, do you understand this request? Have further questions for either the applicant or staff?
I have a question. I was kind of curious on the landscaping. It is a very large site, so I was curious why you needed a landscaping variance for those 4 trees. It seems like there's plenty of space on that site, just out of curiosity.
I think you're asking a good question, and I think and we can go back and look at that and follow back up. But just with the nature of the site and then where the dock and detention are, there just wasn't much room left to get street trees.
And you're talking about on the gymnasium side of the property, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Ms. Mixdorf, does that answer your question? Okay. All right. Any other questions? Comments? Hearing no other comments or questions, I would entertain a motion on this matter.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Stiller?
in case number,
It looks like there's like a question in the chat.
oh,
I think that's something else. I don't know. Is there anyone else online that had an interest in this case? I thought I asked that and no one raised their hand.
There's no one else raising their hand. The person who's chatting hasn't raised their hand.
Okay, all right. If someone online has a question about this case, now would be a time to raise your hand if you need something clarified. Hearing nothing further than Mr. Stiller, please proceed with your motion.
Okay, in case number 34, I would move that the board grant the requested variances in accordance with the staff report, the site plan, and the city plan commission conditions.
I have a motion from Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Banuki. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with this motion. The request has been granted. Thank you.
Thank you all. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Let's move to, I'm sorry. Did you have a
I
question?
just want to note that that person just raised their hand after the motion was passed. So
Okay, are we having issues today with being able to see people? Is there a connectivity issue? I've noticed a few. And, maybe do I need to wait longer?
well, I mean, in that case, you would have had to wait a couple minutes, I guess. So I'm not sure. Maybe it just took them a couple minutes to find the hand symbol in Zoom. I'm not sure.
Well, let's talk about that. To all the participants online, I want to make sure you're looking on your equipment. At the bottom of the screen, there should be some little things that say participants, chat, share screen, raise hand. You need to use the raise hand symbol and click on it. So then a hand will pop up next to your name and Mr. Rexwinkle will see you. So that's what you need to be doing so that we can find you if you have comments. I'm sorry if we've missed people today. This technology is not perfect, but that's what going on future cases. That's what you should be doing so we can find you. Okay. All right. Let's move on to the next case then, which is docket item 4. Case number 27. The address is 13,000 Raytown Road. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted, as well as any other persons online interested in this case?
I was not at this meeting, so I'm going to shut my video off.
Okay, so you cannot sub in for Mr. Okay, I gotcha.
Madam Chair, there are 4 people I'm promoting.
Okay.
One of those 4 is Jim Duddy, who's our investigator for the city.
Okay.
And that should be everyone now.
Okay. To all the folks that have been promoted, please turn on your microphones and your cameras so I can identify who you are. All right, Mr. Clavoon, I believe you're here with the applicant who is asking that we consider an appeal of this determination.
Yes, Your Honor. Madam Chairwoman, members of the board, Phil Clavoon, 10150 North Ambassador Drive, Kansas City, Missouri, and I'm also here with the applicant in person, Mr. Michael Chadwick Smith.
Would you both please raise your hands to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Duddy, could you state your name, please, for the record?
James William Duddy.
And would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Knoll, what is your interest in the case today?
I think I hit the wrong button. I'm just a participant.
Okay, so are you interested in this case?
Yes.
Okay, then so you can stay for now. Do you wish to offer any testimony at any point today?
Not at this moment, no.
Okay, I'm going to swear you in just in case, because that way I won't have to do it later in case you do want to speak.
Sure.
Can you state your full name for the record, please?
David Wayne Knoll.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Whitted, can you please turn on your camera and your microphone? Mr. Whitted, can you hear me?
I can hear you fine.
Okay.
And
There you are. Okay.
okay,
Thank you. Could you state your name, please?
yes, my name is Norm Whitted.
And Mr. Whitted, would you raise your right hand to be sworn in?
Yes,
You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
yes.
And what is your interest in this case? What is your interest in this case?
I am a neighbor to Mr. Smith, and I'm not interested in having my neighbors operate a commercial business in their front yard.
So you're in opposition. All right, that's
I
what
am
it is.
definitely-
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, we'll give you a chance to speak.
Okay,
Is there anyone else here that I've missed that's been promoted or someone yet we have yet not promoted interested in this case? Okay, I think then we have everybody, unless Joe, you see somebody else, let me know. All right.
I do not.
Okay, this matter has been continued from our last hearing, and we have quorum on this case of myself, Mr. Kelleher, Mr. Stiller, Mr. Ebbets, and Mr. Banuki, and we have all those people present today. So we will proceed. I'm going to ask, do we have any additional administrative exhibits that need to be admitted that were not admitted at the last hearing?
No.
Anna, you said there was not, is that correct?
No, the exhibits submitted at the May 11th meeting are noted in the staff report for this hearing.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Anna, do you want to bring the board up to date as to where we are today, and then we'll hear from Mr. Clavoon.
Yeah, just to clarify.
Sorry, yes, Sarah. Yes, I'm sorry, Ms. Baxter.
I think we're gonna, do we have a new, I just want to double check. Do we have a new staff report today that needs to be admitted, or a new PowerPoint today that needs to be admitted?
Anna, is there a new staff report today that is different from May?
Yes.
Okay, what number is that?
1 second.
Assuming that your listed exhibit is the old staff report, we can start with 15 for today's and then go to 16 for today's PowerPoint. And I want to double check that 12, 13, and 14, which are from the applicant, and it looks like public comment photos, that those were already admitted previously.
I believe when we heard, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, excuse me. Yes. So the exhibits that are 12, 13, and 14, those were submitted at the May 11th meeting. So then if my new staff report, and if the board wishes for me to give a whole new presentation, then that exhibit would be 16.
Is the PowerPoint presentation you will be showing, Anna, though, the one that was prepared back in May and offered in May?
No, it's a different PowerPoint.
Okay, so then I think the new staff report will be exhibit 15. The new PowerPoint will be number 16. Mr. Clavoon, any objection to the admission of those two items so we can hear this case?
No, we have no objection. I would mention, Madam Chairwoman, that ahead of the meeting, I had submitted 3 additional exhibits from the applicant, and I marked those 15, 16, and 17.
Okay.
Because the last ones were left off at 14.
Okay.
So we could just either, make mine start 17, 18, and 19 after these 2, but we'll have to just mark over the number on them.
Okay, let's do that because I'd like the administrative exhibits to be sequential. So we'll make the new staff report 15, the new PowerPoint presentations 16, and then Mr. Clavoon, your exhibits will be 17, 18, and 19, and I'll address their admission once we get to your presentation, okay? But, so no objections, Mr. Clavoon, to 15 and 16, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Exhibits 15 and 16 will be admitted. Anna, would you please refresh this board's memory of where we are on this case and this appeal?
Sorry, I needed to take myself off mute. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Docket item number 4 focuses on 13,000 Raytown Road, zoned R80. The applicant is seeking an appeal of determinations of a code case. 13,000 Raytown Road is in the southern portion of Kansas City towards Lee Summit. This is a close-up of the property. It's highlighted in yellow in the surrounding area. A few notable landmarks and nearby intersections to help navigate you towards the site is Longview Lake, which is directly to the west of the property. You can see a small portion of it here on the screen. And then the Raytown Road, High Grove Road intersection is to the south off the screen. Portions of the zoning code are highlighted on the screen in which the inspector cited to make their determination. 88-305-04D. This involves standards to home occupations. Home occupations and related activities, including storage, must be completely within the dwelling unit. Any type of repair or assembly of vehicles, including storage, with internal combustion engines and large appliances are prohibited, and then also retail sales are prohibited. Some key points involving this case: city staff inspected the site after a complaint. Outdoor storage of boats and signage associated with the boat rental business are on site. Those were components of the home occupation that the inspector found on site. So due to the nature of the non-conforming home occupation use, a notice of violation was sent. And then our inspector re-inspected the property on August 3rd, and he can speak more to what he found there. I'll pass it over to James Duddy, and both him and I can answer any questions on this case.
Thank you, Anna. Mr. Duddy, please let us know what happened on your August 3rd inspection.
On August 3rd inspection, I inspected the site. I found the outdoor storage of the canoes remains. The non-conforming sign remains in the front yard. I also found additional outdoor storage of a trailer loaded with pallets located on the site.
Any additional information, Mr. Duddy?
Not from that inspection.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Duddy. All right, Mr. Clavoon, let's hear from you as to why you believe the board should overturn the administrative finding.
Yes, Madam Chairwoman, and we, Mr. Smith and I greatly appreciate the opportunity to further address the board on this from the original hearing. It's important. There are 3 specific citations that are involved here. The first one was conducting a retail sales business at his property. The second one was being a boat dealer at his property. And the third one was engaging in storage for warehousing, wholesaling, freight, or other storage at his property. So when there's a mention about the home occupation standard, and we concede that the canoe, and Mr. Smith, is just to refresh your recollection, has a business. It's Lunar Phase Adventures. He has 4 canoes and 6 kayaks. He's an outfitter. How this works is the customers will come to the property, which is also his residence, and they will sign up for it, get some information. But all of the activity really occurs where he delivers the outfitting, the kayaks, canoes, mostly at Longview Lake, which is in close proximity, and in some rivers there. So there is not a citation for being a non-conforming home occupation. We concede that the property is not within, he doesn't keep the canoes. and the kayaks at this time in the residence there. But he wasn't cited. There's not, and I'm going to go through real quickly the 3 particular citations and look at those. So he wasn't cited for not complying with the home occupation, but he's not in violation of the ordinances that he was cited for, and I'm going to go through those. That's the first thing. Second thing is about a non-conforming sign that Mr. Duddy mentioned. There's no citation about signs or non-conforming signs in the 3 citations. The jurisdiction of this board is to review the 3 citations that were actually issued. And it's our position and strong belief that what he does there does not come within the prohibition of the 3 actual citations. So for now, forget about the home business, home office business, and forget about the non-conforming sign. They're not an issue here. Now, let me go. And I'm going to go through these as quickly as I can. I know you got a big docket. Okay, so the first one, it's now, and Mr. Rexwinkle, I sent these in the exhibit. It was 15 that I marked. It's now exhibit 17. Do we have those? I can read from them, but if there's some way we can put them up on the screen. And while you're doing that, if that's possible, there's an overview to this. Okay, so he's been cited for violating the zoning ordinance. And I know this board's aware of it. I know this, several of you are attorneys, but I want to just, the backdrop, as these cases have been interpreted in the Missouri courts. Here's how these cases are to be interpreted. And the zoning ordinances are to be strictly construed. And I'm reading from the case of City of Clinton, Missouri versus Terra Foundation Incorporated. I've got a very short passage here. It's a 2004 case in the Western District of Missouri in which Jackson County is located. And it's their headquarters here in Kansas City, the Missouri Court of Appeals. This was Judge Lowenstein, and he wrote, "It should be noted that to adopt the city's interpretation would require this court to invert one of the primary rules of construction, that zoning ordinances must be strictly construed since they're in derogation of the common law property rights." And then they cite another Missouri case. And that case stated, where a term in a zoning ordinance is susceptible of more than one interpretation, the courts are to give weight to the interpretation that, while still within the confines of the term, is least restrictive upon the rights of the property owner to use his land as he wishes. So when we look at these ordinances, they're to be strictly construed. I want to add one other thing. We talk about commercial activity. This is zoned R80, okay? But there's other commercial activity specifically allowed in R80. So this doesn't stick out like a sore thumb, so to speak. Under 88-805 of the ordinances, there's a table of 110. We're all familiar with it. It shows what you can do as a matter of right, what you have to have a special use permit for, etc. Under R80 zoning, you can have a bicycle share facility. You can have a group daycare home up to 20 children. There's commercial activity there with the cars coming and going. You can have a religious assembly location, and you can have a veterinary office. People bring the animals, so this is not the most, these R80 is not just this pristine residential area where you cannot have any commercial activity at all. That's recognized in the ordinances. Now, I had marked, as I said, exhibit, I have it originally marked as 17, as 15, it's now 17. I don't know.
What is that exhibit? So I can determine.
That is the city ordinance. That is the violation as he was cited with, and I'm going to read from it. And then I'm going to read a section from the Code of State Regulations. I don't know whether
Oh, Mr. Colvoon, is exhibit 17, 18, and 19 that you're intending to try to offer, are those just the violation citations given?
Yes, that's the violation citation. And then on 17, there's a section of the Code of State Regulations. On what is now 18 is the violation. And then there's a section from the Missouri statutes on how you define a boat dealer. And then on 19, there's the violation. And then there is the section from the ordinance itself. And each one of these has how is the ordinance actually worded. And that's why I think it would be helpful to have those. I go through them pretty quick.
Okay, so I'm going
Madam
to,
Chair,
yes, yes.
can I interrupt? I just want to double check to see if the exhibits sent to me are the ones he's referencing, because I think he's referencing a lot. I just want to double check.
Okay.
I'm referencing the ones I sent that
I'm
were.
sure. So I have 15. This appears to be the definition
Yes.
of an outdoor retail sales from the Kansas City Zoning and Development Code.
Yes.
Definitions of vehicle sales and service, also from Kansas City Zoning and Development Code. And then warehousing, wholesaling, and storage and freight movement, also from the Kansas City Zoning and Development Code.
So we need to rename, are those correct, Mr. Colvoon?
Yes.
Okay, so
So
we
yeah,
need,
do you need to rename them?
we need to renumber them. So
Correct.
15 should be 17.
17.
16 should be 18. And 18 should be 19. Okay, so with that, I will admit what we will note to be 17, 18, and 19 into evidence. All right, so Mr. Gloon, tell us what you want to show us about these.
I didn't, I said that I put the violations in on the exhibit, and I stand corrected. Those are all in exhibit 9.
Right.
I'm just going to read from them before
Okay.
we go. Okay.
We have exhibits. Those are a part of the record, yes.
All right. So under the first one was he is alleged to, he did own a premises which is being used for retail sales business in a district zone R80. Okay, so the operative violation section is 88-805-04V. And it says that it's not just the violation he said was in the notice was retail sales business. Well, he doesn't do any sales there, it's leasing, but you can, the definition does include leasing as a sale. So that's not our problem. But here's what, nothing occurs there, that there's an actual transaction. So what I equate this to is if there was a sale, and also it applies to leasing, if there was a sale, under what circumstance does the Missouri sales tax apply, and also consequently the Kansas City sales tax, as to where the transaction occurs. So if you go to the Code of State Regulations, and that's the operative section, the outdoor retail sales class A and B. One is if it's all outside, and the other one, class B, is if it's primarily outside. But you'll note the examples used there in the first paragraph: drugstores, grocery stores, department stores, apparel stores. That's retail sales. So that's where the transaction occurs, at the drugstore, at the grocery store, at the department store. That's where the sale occurs. For sales tax purposes, where actually does the transaction occur? Bear in mind, the customers just come in and they sign up there, they get a little information, but the canoes and kayaks and the outfitting are delivered like at Longview Lake or somewhere else. They just, they just come there. That's not where the actual transaction occurs. And if you equate this under sales tax, if you could go to the next page now on exhibit 17 now.
So
Was
on a go back to what is marked 15.
there should be another page after that.
At the bottom, there's 1, 2, 3. Yeah, you need to go, yeah, there.
You go down a little farther. Okay, this is 18 Code of State Regulations on sales tax, 10-108.700, lease or rental of tangible personal property. Okay, so this is when sales tax applies, where the transaction occurs. Because believe you me, I mean, on sales tax, the state is going to tax anything where the transaction actually occurs. So when you go down to the next page now, under subsection B of interstate transactions, it says leases of property in Missouri and taken outside the state by the lessee are subject to Missouri sales tax. So property leased in Missouri and taken outside the state by the lessee is subject to Missouri sales tax. Okay, no lessee takes any property off Mr. Smith's site. Okay, now it further goes on to say, if the lessor, that's the person getting the canoes or the kayak, or common carrier delivers the property, the lessor would be Mr. Smith. He's the lessor, they're the lessee. If the lessor or a common carrier delivers the property to a location outside Missouri and the property remains outside Missouri, the lease or rental is not subject to Missouri tax. And by this, what it says is it's where it is delivered, where the transaction occurs for sales tax purposes, because if you deliver it, a leased property delivered outside the state of Missouri, it's not taxed in the state of Missouri because the transaction occurs outside the state of Missouri. So that's the authority that I have, that there is not actually a sale or a lease that occurs at his property. The people just come by there. The sale or the lease doesn't occur there. It occurs at Longview Lake, or it occurs at on the river. That's our argument. Now, go back to that case. If there's an interpretation that can favor the property owner, that's a fair interpretation, that's the interpretation to be followed, and that you strictly construe prohibitions in the zoning ordinance. The next area is
Mr. Claboon, let me ask you a question. So you admit that these boats, people come to his home, discuss about the rental there. They reach an agreement that they wish to rent them. Then he delivers them to a lake. All of that happens within the state of Missouri, correct?
Well, yes, but the delivery of the products occurs outside. The delivery of the products is where the transaction occurs. Now, by analogy, in the transaction where you lease property and it's delivered outside the state of Missouri, the delivery is where the transaction occurs. If it is delivered inside the state of Missouri, the delivery is still where the transaction occurs, but since it's delivered inside the state of Missouri, the sales tax applies. But the key here is what he's doing at that location against the zoning ordinance. The transaction, by analogy, occurs where the delivery of the leased goods is. It doesn't make any difference whether it's Missouri or not. We're not saying it's exempt from sales tax, but what is happening at that location is that where the transaction occurs. And by analogy, if you have leased property and it's delivered somewhere else, the transaction occurs where it's delivered. And that's recognized in the Code of State Regulations as far as sales tax is concerned. That's our point. So whether it's inside Missouri or not doesn't make any difference. It is there a transaction of sale or leasing occurring at that location or does it occur where the delivery occurs? And by the analogy with the sales tax that applies also to leasing, the transaction occurs where the property or the leased property is delivered. And that's where the sale, a retail sale occurs. And that's why they look at it that way under the sales tax laws. So that's a fair interpretation, and it's a strict, and if you strictly apply what's a retail sale and where does it occur? Is it happening there? Is it happening somewhere else? A fair interpretation of this is that it's happening actually somewhere else, and there's nothing going on there that violates the zoning ordinance. That's on that particular violation. Now moving to the second alleged violation. Okay, so this one reads, he did own, lease, or maintain a premises which is being used as a boat rental business, okay? And it violates section 88-805, okay? That reads, you have a sale, retail, wholesale, or rental from a premises of autos, non-commercial trucks, motorcycles, trailers with less than 10,000 pounds gross cargo weight, recreational vehicles, and boat dealers. That's why they mentioned boat dealers. Okay. I looked in the ordinance. If the city staff could show me a definition of boat dealer in the city ordinance, I wasn't able to find one. I don't believe there is one. If you're going to do that in Missouri, necessarily you'd refer to what the Missouri statutes say about a boat dealer. And if you would go down a little farther on this exhibit, it says a boat dealer, this is under Missouri statute 301.550. And on a page down a little bit from there, you can see this is the section of the statute. A boat dealer is any natural person, etc., and then the highlighted that sells, barters, exchanges, leases, or rents the sale of any vessel or vessel trailer. Okay, that's in the Missouri statute. So what is a vessel? And then you go to the definition section 306.010, and a vessel is every motorboat and every description of motorized watercraft and any watercraft more than 12 feet in length, which is powered by sail alone or by a combination of sail and machinery used or capable of being used as a means of transportation on water, but not any watercraft having as the only means of propulsion a paddle or oars. Now, I'm going to ask Mr. Smith if on the canoes and kayaks are the means of propulsion paddles or oars.
That is the only means of propulsion.
Okay, so he is not a boat dealer within what is considered a boat dealer in the state of Missouri, and you got to incorporate that in the ordinances where there's no other statute. A boat is a vessel, and a vessel has a motor, and it's not. And you wouldn't in a common, you see somebody coming down the river, you don't in common parlance. Somebody's in a canoe, you don't say, "Oh, look, there's a boat." You would say, "Well, that's a canoe." You don't call those boats, and you don't, and he's not a boat dealer unless he's selling a vessel that has a motor or other means of propulsion that are not oars or paddles. So that he's not a boat dealer. Then the third violation of the ordinance is that under 88-378.01, the violation, and this is in Exhibit 9, is that he did own, lease, or maintain a premises which is being used for outdoor storage of canoes in an R80 zone district. So he did own, lease, or maintain a premises which is being used for outdoor storage of canoes. Well, I don't see any ordinance that says outdoor storage of canoes is in and of itself a violation of the ordinance. They don't use that when it comes to canoes. But if you look at, okay, so the violation was listed as 88-378-02. Okay, and under, there is a copy of 88-378-02 that actually deals with standards. And then 88-378-01 states that the following provides regulations to reduce the visual and operational impacts and nuisances resulting from warehousing, wholesaling, storage, and freight movement uses. So if you apply what would be prohibited is similar to what expressly is prohibited. I don't believe anybody would say having canoes or kayak outside of your house is warehousing, wholesaling, or freight movement. And then you go down to the standards 88-378-02, and there you have what are standards for storage of materials that are from warehousing, wholesaling, storage, and freight movement. The violation cites 88-378-02, and that is really not 88-378-02, just has standards for warehousing, wholesaling, storage, and freight movement used in development and operation in compliance with the standards of this article. And then under 1, it said outdoor uses are prohibited in any required setback or within 10 feet of any property or right-of-way line. So, number 1, we don't believe that what he's doing there is warehousing, wholesaling, freight, anything similar to that. And then second, on the outdoor uses prohibited in any required setback or within 10 feet of any property line, I'd just like to ask Mr. Duddy, and I know he'd had a chance to address you a little bit earlier and was the investigator on this, but how, Mr. Duddy, did you establish where the property line is or the right-of-way line? And how did you do that? And is there any of these canoes or kayaks within 10 feet of the property, 10 feet of the property or right-of-way line?
No, I did not.
Okay, so again, we believe that you can only, what's being tried here is the notice of violations and what was he accused of violating, and did he? And then when you go back to the concept that the law that zoning ordinances are be strictly construed. If there's a fair interpretation that could favor the property owner, that's the one to be followed, because zoning ordinances are in derogation of common law property rights. I have just 2 other final comments. You talk about whether this is in keeping with the character in the neighborhood. I would like to remind you that Mr. Smith had the signatures of 18 separate property owners in the immediate area, including one next door neighbor on the other side of his property. There's only 2 properties. One is next door on the other side, and one is a little bit down the street. But that's 2. But Mr. Smith had 18 that indicated that this didn't cause a problem. For them, it was in character with the neighborhood, and they signed it in his favor. So my final comment would be that we would hope, and we ask that the board separately vote on each one of these specific violations that he is accused of, that he is being alleged to have violated. We think when you look at the actual facts, how this operates and what he does there, the city cannot meet its burden to show that he's in violation of any specific city ordinance. And so we'd ask that each one be voted on separately. Mr. Smith, I've done a lot of the talking here. Mr. Smith addressed you earlier in the previous hearing. We simply ask that the board direct and make its decision based on whether or not he actually violated the ordinances that he's being cited for having violated, alleged to have. And I would ask, Madam Chairwoman, if our exhibits, which would be they are now 17, 18, and 19 be admitted.
They've already been admitted.
Thank you.
All right. So you're denying that any transaction happens on the property?
That's correct, that there is not a retail sale.
Where does he accept payment?
Well, the payment would be made there, but
So on the property. So how is payment made? By cash, credit card? How's that made?
It just depends on the individual situations. Sometimes it's just a donation. So sometimes there's no payment at all, depending on what the group is.
Okay, so but that is all handled on your property, correct?
Not at all times. So it could be handled on my property. I have a Square device. There's times that it's not handled on my property. It depends on what the individual wants when they call and make the reservation. I think the key point is that no one picks up equipment on my property. I deliver that equipment to wherever they want to go, and then I pick up that equipment. And that's where the finalization of that transaction actually occurs.
They don't actually owe it until it's delivered to them. And say, for example, if you rent some kind of piece of equipment from, say, Hertz in Missouri, you come here and you pay them in Missouri. If Hertz delivers that piece of equipment outside the state of Missouri, you don't pay sales tax, Missouri sales tax, on that lease or purchase, even though you paid for it here, because it doesn't say anything in the ordinance about where you pay for it or in the Code of State Regulation. It's where it's delivered. If it's delivered out of state, then Missouri sales tax doesn't apply, and they don't consider a sale to have occurred here or a lease.
Where in the ordinance does it say that that a sales tax has to be assessed to complete the transaction as it relates to the zoning ordinance? Do you have any case law, Mr. Colvoon, that specifically is on point that your application of the sales tax analysis should be applied in a case like this?
I looked and I didn't see that any case about where the actual transaction occurs. But I thought, well, what does it say under the sales tax laws about where the transaction occurs that's going to get taxed? It's by analogy.
That's what I mean. So this is a case of first impression for this board or any circuit court looking at this issue, correct?
Well, I don't think the city has any better authority that says that, well, in this situation, it's where the payment is made, that's where the sale occurs. I mean, I think it.
But the negotiation and the agreement is reached on his property.
Not at all times, Madam Chair. It just depends on the situation. So I'm by reservation only. I'm by reservation only, and sometimes I meet an individual or a group of people somewhere. Sometimes they will come by my house. We'll go through the information, and then they go wherever they're going to float, and then I bring the equipment to them, and then I come back and pick up the equipment. Okay. My goal was to have all that information online, But because of the low revenue, because COVID hitting, this would have been my third year and I haven't operated all year long because of this situation. So because of those things, I haven't financially been able to get all that information online. So I thought I was 100% within the zoning clearance for the retail operation and the home occupation ordinances. Because when I went to business care and I explained how I was doing this business, they said, yeah, you're good because of how you're doing this, which is what we've explained today is how the operation runs. So I assumed I was in full compliance, and based on what I understand, my attorney saying, I still feel that I'm in compliance with that specific violation.
Okay, board members, do you have questions for the applicant? Mr. Ebbets, I can't hear you. You're muted. I think you're asking a question.
Okay. Mr. Smith, again, a question for you. During the last 3 to 4 months, have you accepted any transactions at your home, even a single one, for payment for a canoe rental or a kayak rental?
I'm trying to think. You said the last 3 to 4 months because I haven't been doing anything per my agreements with this board for the majority of the season. I think at the very beginning of the season, I don't think I've had a single rental this season, honestly. I would have to go back and pull my information. It's been kind of a crazy year. I don't think I've had a single rental this year.
I'm just a single board member, but it looks like you're doing business out of your home. I know Mr. Kaboom is trying to perhaps muddle the issue with technicality, but it is what it is. And last year, for sure, you were doing it, I believe, because I remember in our May meeting, I remember in our May meeting, Mr. Smith, I felt sorry for you because we're going to shut you down for the entire season. It was my idea to continue the case for a little bit, which we did do, but you're running the business out of your home. You got a big sign out in front. If I did that in my front yard, people would think I'm be running the business here. So that's just one comment. Thank you for your answers. That's it. Thanks.
I would like to comment to your comment, if that's all right, if I may.
Go ahead.
Yes, we've been very open and honest about the way I operate the business. As open and honest as I was when I went to KC BizCare and I obtained the zoning clearance to operate a retail operation at that address, as clear as I was when I went to KC BizCare and I obtained a business license to operate a rental business at that address, each of which I was given a violation for. Yet, if there's a compliance issue, the sign comes up, and I understand the sign should not be there per the code. I've received no violation for that sign. If there's a compliance issue, I will fix the compliance issue. I will do it 100% wholeheartedly and with the integrity and honesty that I've presented, or that I've done everything that this board has asked me to do to date. I don't have a problem at all with the compliance issue. But what my biggest fear is that I have been told by the small business advocacy group of Kansas City that what I'm doing is okay. And then I was told by the violations group of Kansas City, after I invested my money, after I invested the time, after I started moving forward, after I started driving the passion, after I got my daughter involved in it, after I made it a family affair, after I made it a part of our day-to-day reality, that I can no longer do it because they shouldn't have given me what they gave me. So yes, maybe Mr. Calhoun has dug as deep as he can to find this information. And maybe he has gone back to what the state says is okay and not okay and questioned Kansas City on their decisions based on what the state of Missouri has said. And maybe that's muddying the waters. But what I do know is I was told I could do this by the city. I was issued the zoning clearance for a retail operation. I was issued a business license for a rental operation. And then the Kansas City totally muddied my water when they gave me the violations and said I could not do the things they told me I could do. That's what I had to say about that. Thank you.
Any other board members have questions for the applicant? Okay, if not, then I would like to hear from Mr. Wooded. You're here and you're in opposition and you wanted to speak. Is that, sir?
Yeah, I'm gonna make it kind of short because we've been through all this before.
Okay.
I registered the complaint and originally because I really don't think it's right to park a trailer load of red and other colored green boats in your front yard with a sign that says rental boats for, available here. And those aren't the exact words, but this is a residential neighborhood. It's zoned R80. And the way I'm reading it, R80 doesn't really allow for much of a retail business unless it's run completely inside of your house. And I actually have a copy of the zoning clearance and the business license for Smith's business right here in front of me. And it doesn't say anything about allowing a retail business in his front yard. It says actually that such use is permitted for office only. So I don't know where he got the information that it was okay to run a retail rental operation out of his house, but it sure wasn't from his business license or his zoning clearance for the business license. And I am pretty passionate about taking care of our neighborhood and trying to make it a nice residential area, keep it a nice residential area. And as Mr. Ebbett said, if he parked the trailer load of boats in front of his house, his neighbors would probably raise hell about it too. And so I think that I'm going to leave it in your good hands, the board members, to figure this out. And please take care of my neighborhood for me.
Thank you, sir. Any other person, Mr. Knoll, any comments from you?
I would just say Mr. Smith's attorney made a very good argument about it. It is beneficial to the community in the surrounding areas that they do have the boat rentals here. It doesn't impact the neighborhood all that much with the additional few cars that come through over a weekend that do the rentals. So we're just in support of it. All the other neighbors are in support of it. So that's all I got to say. And I know you're going to do what you need to do, but
okay, thank you, Mr.
40 minutes.
Madam Chairwoman, may I, if I could have just about 2 or 3 minutes to ask Mr. Whitted just 2 or 3 questions.
That's fine, sir.
Mr. Whitted, as you know, I'm Mr. Smith's attorney. I wanted to ask you, have you exchanged emails in the past with Mr. Smith about what he does on his property there?
Absolutely. I tried to resolve this without the board's involvement.
Can I ask you, sir, then if on June 13 of 2019, you sent an email to Mr. Smith and just maybe, do you remember that specific?
Oh yeah, I've got a copy of it's in the record.
Okay, well, if I could read it to you then. It says several of us in the neighborhood run businesses, but none of us are treating our front yard as commercial property. Hal Wood uses his backyard for a boat storage business. I assume that Mr. Wood lives in the neighborhood there. Is that correct?
I'll let you figure that out.
Well,
this is not about Mr. Wood.
Well, he has what you call the boat storage business but he stores his boats in the backyard, correct? And that's in your neighborhood, isn't it? You wouldn't have mentioned it had it not been in your neighborhood, would you?
Mr. Clavoon, I'm going to just interject here. I think we're going to an area of irrelevancy. Whether Mr. Wood is complying with the ordinance is not in question. What is here is what Mr. Smith is doing. So I'm not sure this is putting the ball down the court, but go ahead.
Well, I was just trying to has some doubt about when Mr. Whitted was saying, oh, we just have this residential neighborhood here, and that's inconsistent with what he has said previously. And he also mentions here a real estate business that goes on there, and another business. So I just wanted to point that out here, Madam Chairwoman.
Noted. Anything else, Mr. Clavoon?
No, ma'am, we do not. But we would appreciate, we think the board is obligated to look at each one of these individual alleged violations and what was alleged and make a decision on each one. We don't think they're supported. The city's met its burden of proof on any of the three.
Okay, board members, any other questions? Then I would entertain a motion on this matter. Any motions?
Madam Chair, in case number 27, I move that the request to consider reversal be denied.
And is that across all three citations?
That is with respect to all three.
I have a motion. Do I have a second to that motion? Do I have a second to that motion?
Sorry, my microphone. So Chairman Otto, explain what Chairman or our board member Kelleher is asking in plain English.
In plain English. I believe Mr. Kelleher's motion is to deny the appeal and uphold the decision of the administrator across all three citations. Is that correct, Mr. Kelleher?
Yes, that's correct.
I would second that motion. I'm
Okay.
second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor of that, please indicate by saying aye.
All right.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
And chair votes with the motion.
3-2.
The motion fails. And Ms. Baxter, I think it appears from the vote that another motion would not pass. What is our next step here?
Well, Madam Chair,
Yes.
my hesitancy here may be helpful to explain. I wanted to hear, I didn't get a chance, I should have asked this before. I wanted to hear staff's response to the appellant's argument that this isn't a canoe rental, boat rental business. I wanted to hear what the administrator has to say about that.
Okay, I wish you had asked before we had taken a vote. I think that's out of order now. That's my concern. So, Ms. Baxter, can we entertain anything further as this case decided as it stands?
Well, I mean, at this point, it takes 4 votes to overturn staff's decision. So I would say that based on that vote, the appeal has been denied.
Okay, that's what I thought. So, Mr. Benucci, I'm sorry, for future reference, if you have a question, you need to raise it before the vote. Okay, all right. So, Mr. Clavoon, based on that, and there not being 4 positive votes, the appeal is denied.
Well, we thank you for your time, Madam Chairwoman and members of the board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Is everyone doing fine, or do we need a slight rest break at this time, board members? Because I'd like to keep going. We have quite a few left, but if you need a break, we'll give it. Anybody else?
I'm good.
Okay. Everybody okay? Let's take another couple cases then, and we'll ask again. All right. Let's move to docket item number 6, case number 59. The address is 410 West 56th Street. Would the applicant and all parties interested in the case please raise your hand to be promoted so the board can hear the case and comments?
I'm promoting Justin Hios, Madam Chair.
Mr. Hios, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, can you turn on your microphone? I mean, can you turn on your camera? Excuse me.
Here we go.
Okay, now I can see you. Was there anyone else in the audience or online? Sorry, I'm so used to still saying the audience, even though doing this for a year and a half this way. Is there anyone else online interested in this case?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hios, could you state your name for the record, please?
Yep, Justin Hios.
And would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Sir, have you reviewed the staff report that is connected with your request today?
Yes.
Do you have any objection to the admission of the administrative exhibits that are found on page 3 of the staff report, that number 1 through 9?
No.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. And I believe, Jared, we have a presentation. Would you please make that, and then we'll have questions for Mr. Hios.
Absolutely. Give me 1 second here. Okay. For us, we have docket items number 6. This is a request for approval of an accessory structure height variance and accessory structure area variance. Here's the location of the subject site, which is just south of Luce Park at 55th and Warnell Road. This is a closer view of the subject site. Up here is Luce Park there. This is the site plan. It shows the existing home as well as the proposed pool house to the north there. I will note that this site plan shows it within an easement that's on the rear of the property. I just wanted to put it on the record that the applicant has stated to me that they plan on moving that closer to the home, which will be within regulation and not be within the easement when they pull their building permits. These are the elevations of the proposed pool house, which will be open on 3 sides. And these are the Missouri case factors to be considered. The variance is 6 feet and 5 inches higher than the maximum allowed. A substantial change is not anticipated to take place in the neighborhood, and the difficulty of this case could be obviated by proposing a smaller pool house. These are the Missouri case factors for the second variance for the area. It is 293.5 square feet larger than the maximum allowed for an accessory building. A substantial change is not anticipated to the character of the neighborhood. A change in design, once again, could obviate the difficulty. These are the review criteria for zoning variances. Staff has reviewed all zoning variance review criteria and finds this case to be in compliance. With that, I will conclude my presentation.
Thank you. Mr. Hios, why do you believe the board should grant this, and what are the practical difficulties as to why you can't meet the requirements?
Well, this is kind of a continuation of an outdoor living area project we're doing for the customer. We're mainly looking to build this covered area to fit the scale of the architectural design of what we have going on in the outdoor space, and just trying to provide a simple area for some grilling and be able to put a table and some chairs around, and be able to have a little bit of space to enjoy the pool that is being built. We're mainly asking for just a small upgrade in the height and a little bit in the square footage to be able to make these things happen. This is mainly being taking place of where a detached garage used to be on the property, and we're hoping to be able to kind of reuse that space for this project.
So where's the garage now for the home?
There is a small garage attached to the home. It became part of the house.
Is that?
That was done a few years ago before we were involved.
Okay. I mean, I guess I don't really understand what the practical difficulty here is I think I hear a desire, but I don't hear a practical difficulty as to why you can't comply with the variance.
Well, it's mainly just to be able to have an out there area where we could put some table and chairs underneath.
And you can't do that within 200 square feet?
Well, it just kind of limits the ability with the fireplace and everything we got trying to go on.
So how big is the backyard?
I believe it's mainly it's about 110 linear foot to the north and to the west.
Do we have a picture of this home, a photograph? I don't see that in the presentation. It would be really helpful to see this, to see how this would affect the structure. Mr. Hios, do you have such a photograph?
Well, we have some in the photographs of the site plan and in the docket.
Yeah, but you have a site plan, but not photographs, correct?
No, we don't have a photograph.
Yeah, I guess I understand desire, but
Yes.
I mean, this is not a garage, I just don't understand the difficulty. That's my problem. And you're not giving me a good answer for that. I'm one board member, but.
Well, this is also one of the architects involved in the project with Backyard by Design, who designed it.
I'm sorry, what's your name, ma'am?
My name is Morgan Benjamin.
I can't hear you. You have to get closer to the microphone, sorry.
Hi, I'm Morgan Benjamin, and I'm with Backyard by Design.
We still can't hear you. Sorry, I don't know. Not hearing you still.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to almost sit where he is, I think.
Okay.
There you go.
Morgan Vandenack.
Now we can hear you. Thank you. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn in?
Maybe use error on my end.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Okay. So this project is on a corner lot, and I do think that that is important to bring up in this review, because it is a unique situation, whereas 99% of other lots that these codes are written for are not on corner lots. So we are a little bit more pinched in, and I think that is important to note when creating a space that is beautiful and not just an eyesore. This is something that architecturally is going to match the design of the home and the roof style. All of the finishing details are really well thought out, and I think that that is important to bring up in context with the corner lot situation.
Again, it's not characteristics that the board should be considering. I mean, what we have to show is that a strict application of the zoning ordinance would result in a practical difficulty here, and meaning you wouldn't be able to build a pool pavilion of any sort, and that's not true. So again, I'm one board member, maybe others see it differently, but that's my concern. So let me ask board members, do you have any questions of the applicant? Hearing no questions, I would entertain. I'm sorry.
Hold on just for a second. I'm sorry. I couldn't get my microphone on.
Okay.
So I'm kind of familiar with that area. The neighbor to the north at 55th and Warnell, and the neighbor to the west, the Kenner family, did you get their approval? Do they support your project?
We've been in touch with them. Well, mainly the normal to the north. And they just, they were really happy with how we were doing we were redoing the fence and stuff like that. And we talked to them about the whole project, and yeah, they're on board and happy with what is going on. And we were just also too, just looking at the area, and there's kind of bigger detached structures, obviously just right next door, going on in the project. And we're just mainly just trying to fit in with the neighborhood, and be able to make this outdoor living area work.
Are the bigger detached structures next door, are those garages?
Yes.
Okay, they're not a pool pavilion.
No.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understood that. I'm sorry, Mr.
Yeah.
Did I interrupt? Did you have another question?
Maybe the height variance is a little bit bothersome. So you want, how tall is the structure? Again?
It's 16 and a half feet. We were just trying to mimic the pitch of the house, what they have going on. You know, and if it helped, we could definitely lower the pitch a little bit and lose a little bit. We really didn't want to be at 10 feet though. That's not architecturally very going with whatever's, you know, with the neighborhood really. And with the house.
So the structure is towards the back of the property.
Yep.
Near the line.
Yep.
And my concern is that it may look too big back there, but again, if we had photos, it might be more beneficial.
Okay. Well,
Sure.
I'm sorry.
I would reiterate what you brought up and what Mr. Evans is talking about. We're a little lean here on information. I struggle to get the context. After looking more closely at the elevations, I see that it looks like the grade drops on one side or the other, but I can't tell which one just off this image. But I don't know what the house looks like. I don't know the context. It's difficult with so little information to make a sound decision.
yes.
For me.
Back in the day, I wasn't aware that I thought there were photographs taken and that was presented to the neighbors. But I guess we could provide more photographs or.
Well, to do that, we'd have to grant you continuance.
We have a 3D rendering if that helps, or you guys need photographs for the property.
I think it would be better to see the property so we could see what you're talking about.
I can pull up, Madam Chair, I can pull up Google Street View if that is helpful of the front of the property.
That might
I
be.
would hold on that, but
Yeah, I mean,
Justin, I think you need to come back next month, Justin, with some more information to help us decide, because it's not
Okay.
looking good for me right now.
Okay.
Yeah, Madam Chair, a question of staff. When the grade around the structure, there's typically they go like halfway. How is that height measured to come up with the height variance?
Jared, can you comment on that?
Is the question, Mr. Stiller, just how is the height measured for the pool house, or how is the standard measured? Which one is the question, I guess?
Well, from what grade? The front to the back, the sides? Did you take an average to get what was it, halfway between the plate and the ridge is the top measurement, and then you go down to the grade at some point? But the grade varies, so I'm not sure. I just want to be clear on how we're measuring and establishing the height and thus the variance.
I believe it's from the highest point. But
by the code, the height is measured from the ground, and the ground is determined to be the highest of the following three: the curb level at the street, the established or mean street grade if no curb exists, or the average finished ground level adjoining the building if the building is set back more than 10 feet from the street line.
Average. Got it. Thank you, Mr. Rexwinkle.
Any other questions? Otherwise, I think I understand there's a request to continue the matter from the applicant until our meeting next month. I have a motion from Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second from Mr. Stiller. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with this motion. The matter's been continued to our meeting in
September 12th.
September, no, 12th? No, September 14th. Okay. Thank you. We'll see you on the 14th of September.
Thank you.
All right, let's move to the next case, which is docket number 7, case number 70. The address is 9900 Northeast Reinking Road. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted, as well as any persons here in support or opposition of this request for variance?
Madam Chair, I just promoted what I believe is David Hesterman, the applicant.
Thank you. Mr. Hesterman, can you hear me, please? Mr. Hesterman, can you hear me? I can't hear you, sir. Could you please make sure your microphone is turned on? Mr. Hesterman, can you speak again? I can see you, sir. I can't hear you. Mr. Hesterman, can you hear me? Sir, can you hear me?
Can we try a chat?
I don't know. Can you try? Yeah, I don't know.
I can do that.
Yeah, I can't hear them. I can see Mr. Hesterman, but I cannot hear him. I don't know that he can hear me. I can't tell if he's trying to say something or not, but I can't hear him. Mr. Hesterman, if you hear me, can you speak? I don't know how to handle this if we can't hear him.
This is unique.
Yeah, we've been having more issues.
Madam Chair, I can send them the call-in information. If you want to proceed to the next case, that might give them time to
I feel like we need,
connect with us.
we have a whole lot of cases left, and I'm not sure how we're going to get them all finished yet today. So let's hold this and see if you can get their technology to work. Oh, it's on. It's not letting me use Safari. So why not? Okay, so what we're going to do is hold them, and we're going to move to the next case while they try to figure this out. Okay. All right, let's move on to docket number 8, case number 74. The address is 634 West 66th Terrace. Would the applicant please raise your hand to be promoted, as well as any person here in support or opposition of this request for variance?
I'm promoting Jim Van Eman and Mark Kramer.
Mr. Van Eman and Mr. Kramer, would you please turn on your microphones and your cameras if you can hear me?
Yes, I'm unmuted now.
Yes, I see you. I see and hear you, Mr. Kramer.
How are you today?
I am fine, sir. How are you?
Excellent, thank you.
And Mr. Van Eman, are you there?
There we are.
There he is.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, let's have each of you state your name. Mr. Kramer, if you would go first, state your full name, please, for the record.
Mark Stephen Kramer.
Would you raise your right hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Van Eman, would you please state your full name for the record?
Yes, James Van Eman.
And would you raise your hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Is there no one else raised their hand? Is that correct, Mr. Rexwinkle?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Gentlemen, have you reviewed the staff report that's been created as it relates to this request for variance? And if so, do you have any objections to my admitting the 9 administrative exhibits that are listed on page 3 of that report?
Yes, we have reviewed them and I have no objection.
Okay, thank you. Administrative exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. We have a PowerPoint presentation. Anna, when you're ready, if you would present.
So docket item number 8 focuses on 634 West 66th Terrace. It is zoned R6. The applicant is seeking a variance to the rear and side yard setback to accommodate an addition. 634 West 66th Terrace is in the Brookside Ward Parkway area of Kansas City. This is a close-up of the property. It's highlighted in yellow and the surrounding area. For some context, the subject site is in the middle of an established neighborhood, and a few notable landmarks in the surrounding area include the Meyer Circle, which is to the northwest off screen, and Warnell Road to the east, which is also off screen. This is a close-up of the applicant's submitted site plan. The front yard in this case faces Summit Street with the street side yard on 66th Terrace. The interior side yard is associated with the property line to the north, and then the rear property line is associated with the rear side yard setback, which is to the east of the property. And the items listed in green are the requested variances, but I'll get more into those details later. This is a video that the applicant has submitted to provide you with some more context of the existing property. So the required side yard setback is 8 feet, and portions of the home do already lie in the rear yard setback. They are proposing 4.5 feet, which requires a variance of 3.5 feet. The required, those things that I just listed, that's for the side yard. The rear yard setback is 30 feet. Again, portions of the home already lie in the rear yard. They're proposing 2 feet, which requires a variance of 48 feet. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Anna. Mr. Van Eman, so if I understand this, part of this request is to bring into compliance some existing conditions on the property. Can you outline that for the board, please?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. If you could bring up if you would leave the site plan on, please. And I think that I can, and Anna, if you could just zoom a tad to the existing attached garage. Exactly. And that is currently that would be within the current regulations for the side yard setback, and an existing side porch on the southeast corner of the house with the angled corners, which was existing when the Kramers bought the residence. That is also sitting within the current setback regulation of 30 feet. So the owner has requested not only for the proposed variances for the construction of the porch and roof addition, but also to bring the entire property in compliance with the current zoning.
So Mr. Van Eman, what does this addition look like? I just see the site plan. What does it, can you give us a description of what this is so the board has a better understanding?
Yes, generally. I apologize, we don't have any images of the proposed construction. But the concept would be, and you could see in the video, the roof of the existing attached garage and the shape of the roof, the height, and the width would be continued directly to the east. And that would create a covered area, which by the zoning ordinance is considered a porch. And it would be open on all sides.
And it will be attached to the garage?
Yes, ma'am. It would be a continuation of the roof line of the garage. So the back wall of the garage would remain. And if you can imagine, the roof would be extruded to the east, the roof line to the east, to create a canopy, a covered porch.
And is this in the backyard of the home?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So
What's the difference in function between this new porch and then the existing porch to the south?
Well, there would only be a connection by landscape. There's no, the existing side porch is an enclosed structure,
So
which is functionally connected with the house.
So more like a screened-in porch is what you're describing, Mr. Van?
I think Mr. Kramer could speak to that. Maybe historically, I believe it probably was a screen porch.
If I may, Madam Chair, when we purchased the house, that little pentagon sided, 6-sided, whatever, 5-sided room was a 2-season porch, and it had floor to ceiling glass in it. Okay. And so, and it had removable screens that you could pull out. And so it's really kind of like a little side, we call it the side porch. So I think, people would maybe drink coffee or whatever out there. And so, but what we're proposing to do that, so as Jim mentioned, that is out of compliance based on the current variances, correct, Jim? And so I'm asking for that to be included because it was already here when we bought it. So we haven't really done anything to that. I've changed the windows in it, but other than that, we haven't done anything. So actually I'm in that room right now. So it's kind of a little office.
So what is
on the back of the garage is to extend a patio that Jim calls a porch is the code. So we can have a little outdoor living space there. That the house actually faces 66 Terrace, but according to the zoning, the front of the house is on Summit, which is to the left of the screen. So, but it would ultimately be an outdoor living space. It's really a side yard, not a backyard. Our driveway is what we would consider a backyard behind the house, and it's pretty small. It's not like a big backyard. I mean, you can't really put anything in it. So that's why we're kind of proposing to redo our back patio. All of it will be patio for the most part, maybe 50 square feet of lawn, but it'll be landscaped and all that. So.
And what the dimensions of this proposed porch or patio is about what, 20 foot by what?
16 by 22. It would be approximately 350 square feet.
And go ahead, sorry. So the fact that it's now been described as a patio, Anna or staff members, does that change any of the evaluation of this structure in terms of what variances are needed?
One moment.
Because based on our last case, this would make me assume this would also need an overall footprint variance since it's over the 200 square feet.
Right, that's what my concern is. I'm asking for what this is now and how we've evaluated it.
Well, Madam Chair, Anna, I'm sorry if you go ahead and speak.
And you said this was going to be a porch open on 3 sides?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that I would call it a porch. That's the question. It's also been described as a patio, a covered patio. So, I mean, That's why I question what it really is and how it should be.
Yes, the description as a porch, when we had our initial consultation with Joseph Rexwinkle, this is the way that the zoning ordinance would describe this condition of an attachment to an existing building open on all sides. And that porch description allows it to project into a rear yard setback. We would still have the issue with the side yard setback. And I'm not certain about the area qualification.
Okay, so do we agree that that's the proper classification? Staff members?
For a porch open on 3 sides, yes, but there is the side porch that is more of an enclosed porch. So the numbers for the rear yard setback actually need to be changed to be not this dimension, but the dimension between the east property line and the enclosed porch. I was under the impression that this porch was also going to be enclosed.
Okay, so
that's my mistake.
Okay, so how does that change the variance request?
1 second, I'll measure it.
Okay.
I'm not sure that I follow that argument.
Well, that's what I'm trying to find out here before we try to vote, because we got to get it right.
Yes.
I'm not sure we're going to finish all these cases today, folks.
While she's measuring that, Madam Chair, I was just trying to look up definitions in the code about patios and balconies and porches. And unfortunately, our code doesn't define any of those terms. We do have in section 88-820-12 a table of features that are allowed to encroach into required setbacks. And one of them that might be relevant says that porches and balconies with a roof that are open on at least 3 sides may encroach into the rear setback. It doesn't say how much, it just says yes.
Okay, well, that's not
That's
much.
what it says.
That doesn't seem to say that we couldn't allow whatever we think is reasonable then, I say.
Right.
I mean, that's why I'm asking this question. This is, you know,
My apologies, it
not
took a long time to load.
That's all right.
Go
So
ahead.
we're looking only for the side yard variance on the porch addition?
Yeah, it says it says the same scenario. A porch or balcony with a roof that's open on at least 3 sides cannot encroach into a side yard setback. And it can only encroach into a front yard setback up to 10 feet. And then when it comes to the rear yard, it just says yes. It doesn't give us a number.
Meaning that you could encroach in the rear and the side, or just the rear?
Just the rear, and in the front yard up to 10 feet.
Okay, and the front yard in this case is Summit Street, correct?
Right. It's not relevant in this case, but yeah.
But a porch that is enclosed cannot be in the rear yard setback.
That's right.
So this is the dimension between the enclosed porch and the rear yard, the east property line.
Okay,
So they're looking for the proposed rear yard setback to be 17.65 feet.
And is that the only variance we now need? If that's,
The side yard still remains.
okay, so let's make sure we've got this right. So you've got variance request A and B. So variance request A is a 0.5 foot variance to allow the addition in the side yard setback. That we still have to address, correct?
Correct.
Right.
But variance B should now be a variance in the amount of what?
7.35 feet.
Rather than 2, right?
Correct.
7 point, I'm sorry, 7 point, what, say that again?
35.
35, thank you, sorry, I didn't write that.
Quickly edited my PowerPoint.
Okay.
So the correct numbers are on the screen now.
Okay.
My apologies.
Okay, all right. All right, board members, do you understand this request and the revision of the determination of variance?
I think so. I have a
Question?
a couple of questions.
Yep, go ahead.
Anna, could you bring back the site plan? And the one that you put the red, the setback, the new setback for the existing side porch, 17.65. Because I was looking at that, and it might just be the arrow. Because it looks like the arrow's at a fence line and not the property line.
Yeah, that's correct. The fence line.
You're right. My apologies.
not-
1 second.
But if it's still 17.65, then
No, I think it's got more space, so we would need a smaller variance. She's fixing that. Good catch, Mr. Stiller.
the other thing, on the existing house, the existing garage, it appears that is it north of the setback line? And the rear yard on the existing garage? Do we need some variances on the existing construction?
I think
Yes, we do at the north, which would be the side yard setback.
I think that's included in variance A. Isn't that part of that description in the staff report?
Correct. The side yard setback accommodating the existing attached garage is
Right.
already in the staff report.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think that's all been handled. So again, I think all we're doing is correcting variance B so the board understands what they're looking at to make a decision. Okay,
My apologies. Good catch. We're looking at 18.83 is the new proposed rear yard setback.
and so that will take it down to what, 5 or 6, something?
6.17, I think.
Okay. All right. Everyone comfortable with those numbers on staff side? Okay. Mr. Eman, do you have any comments about that recalculation?
Well, I don't completely understand it. This 6 point something foot. I understand the existing 18 something feet from the rear of the side porch to the property line. So the variance request now is.
The variance request now is on variance A stays the same. The variance request that I think you have to ask for now is that you're proposing a 18.83 setback. So your variance request is 6.17 feet. Did I say that correct?
Yes.
Okay,
So
Yes,
Jim, it's the
and-
required setback minus the provided equals the 6.17. That's
Okay.
where that number's coming in.
yes, so that discussion, is this discussion exclusively then about the existing side porch? Or would that variance also cover the canopy, the open three-sided roof?
Okay, I understand your question. I think what staff has determined, once they realize that what the addition is going to be is open on three sides, that under the ordinance, it can encroach into the rear setback. And there does not seem to be a limitation on how far it can encroach into the rear. So I don't believe, based on what I heard the staff to say, is that you need a variance in the rear for the new structure, just on the side.
Thank you.
Correctly, Anna? And
Correct.
Okay, all right.
That's correct. Yep.
We didn't need that for the area though, since the last case had the area requirement. I guess I'm still.
That was for a detached accessory structure.
Okay, so since it's attached, it doesn't apply. Got it.
Right, because yeah, okay, yeah, sorry, I should have answered your question, Randy. I knew the answer to that and I forgot to follow up, sorry. All right, any other comments, questions? If I hear none, I would entertain a motion on this case.
Oh, geez, I'm sorry, I'm still lost.
Okay.
The existing side porch?
Yeah.
What is the variance we're looking for? We've got a 30-foot required setback.
Can I ask you this, Mr. Stiller, and maybe I can help you? Is your intention to try to grant the variances in this case?
Yes.
Okay, so I believe your motion would be as follows. That you would move to grant the applicant's request, giving a variance to the side yard setback in the amount of 3.5 feet, and you would give a rear yard setback in the amount of 6.7 feet in accordance with the site plan, staff report, and revisions made to the presentation by the staff member today. Is that your motion?
That would be my motion yeah, I'm not following the math, but yes.
The correct math is on the screen. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Oh, so it's 11.17 feet? I thought you said 6.7.
The rear yard setback is 30 feet, Joe.
Correct.
25 was for a different case.
Okay, okay, I'm glad we did that because the math is not working. All right, now, Mr. Stiller, since you see that, you want to make your own motion?
Just amended to reflect what's on, I don't see it, but what's on the current site plan. The quantified, the rear yard setback on the existing side porch is quantified on the site plan.
Okay, do you see her shared screen where she sets out the variance? Can you see that?
A rear yard setback of 18.83 feet. A variance amount of 11.17. There it is.
Yeah, so can you now do your motion based on those numbers, please?
Yes, I would move that the board grant, in case number 74, the requested variances of 3.5 feet on the side yard and then an 11.17 foot rear yard setback for the existing side yard porch, existing construction.
I have a motion from Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Benucci. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request has been granted. Thank you, gentlemen. Have a nice afternoon.
You all too. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you, Anna, for helping us prepare this.
Let's go back to docket number 7. I believe that Mr. Hesterman has figured out how to make his computer work. So let's go back to that case, which is docket 7, case number 70 with the address of 9900 North Reinking Road. Mr. Hesterman, can you hear me? Mr. Hesterman, can you hear me?
It appears we have 2 Hestermans now. I'm promoting the second one.
Okay, maybe that's the problem.
Maybe that's the old one.
Yeah, okay. It's all right. Let's get both of them here so we can take up the case.
Madam Chair, can you hear me now?
I can. Welcome to the board.
Sorry for the delays, the technical problems that we've had here today.
That's okay. We understand. We have to deal with this new method. So, sir, can you state your full name, please?
David Hesterman.
And Mr. Hesterman, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Hesterman, have you reviewed the staff report that is connected to your case?
Yes, I have.
Okay, on page 3 of that report, there is a list of 19 administrative exhibits. Those are items connected to your case. Do you have any objection to my admitting those for the board to consider and reaching a decision today?
I do not.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. Jared, if you would make the presentation, we will then have questions for Mr. Hesterman.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, before us we have case number 70, it's docket item number 7. The applicant is seeking approval of an accessory structure height variance and all other necessary variances to construct a 26-foot tall barn. The subject site is here in the north of Kansas City, just east of Interstate 435. This is a closer view of the subject site right here. This is the site plan which shows the proposed home and barn. Because this is a variance for an accessory building on a vacant lot currently, I do want to go on record saying that section 88-305-01 is applicable in this situation, which requires that accessory structures be constructed in conjunction with or after the principal building, and they may not be built prior to the construction of the principal building. These are the Missouri case factors. The variance is 10 feet in height, 10 feet higher than is allowed. A substantial change to the neighborhood is not anticipated. The neighborhood is generally rural residential in character. A change in design could technically obviate the difficulty. Staff has reviewed all zoning variance review criteria and finds this case to be in compliance. With that, I conclude my presentation.
Thank you. Mr. Hesterman, why do you need a barn this big?
In the front of the barn, which faces east, which faces Ryan King Road, we have a 14-foot door in this design. That way you can back a fifth wheel camper inside the barn and not leave it outside, keep it protected from the weather. And also it would be out of sight for people passing by on Ryan King Road.
And how many acres is this piece of property?
24.
24. So how close are you to the closest residential home? Where's your closest neighbor?
About a half a mile, third to half a mile to the north, and we have a notarized letter from him supporting this project, and the other neighbor that supports the project is about a mile away.
Okay. And do either of those neighbors have barns on their property?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And does the home, this is going to be a new home you're building, right, along with this proposed new barn?
That is correct.
Does the new home have a garage attached to it?
Yes, it does.
And how many cars or vehicles can you park in that attached garage?
3.
Okay. I'm just trying to understand why you need a barn this big. Is it just, it's only to park this fifth wheel trailer?
We also have a couple of tractors that we use for mowing on the property that would be stored in the barn, and the associated equipment used to keep the property up.
And what size tractors are those?
They're like a large farm tractor.
Okay. I grew up on a farm. What are they?
They're both John Deere's. One of them is a track loader.
Okay.
The other one is 4-wheel drive, 55 horse John Deere tractor with a roll bar on the top of it.
Okay. Now I understand what you're talking about, sir. All right. Okay. And those are all only going to be used to manage and maintain your property, correct?
That is correct.
Don't run a business where you're out using that equipment somewhere else, correct?
No, I do not. I am retired and this is hobby.
Okay, fair enough. All right. Board members, do you understand the request and have questions for Mr. Hesterman? Hearing no questions, I would entertain a motion on this case.
Madam Chair, in case number 70, I recommend that the applicant's request be granted in accordance with the site plan and the staff report.
I have a motion from Mr. Banuki. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Stiller. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request is granted. Thank you, Mr. Hesterman. Good luck with your new home and barn.
Thank you. Appreciate your patience today.
Thanks. Okay. Everyone still okay, or does anyone need a break? Okay, we're going to keep moving. Everybody's good. All right. Let's go to docket number 9, case number 75 with an address of 1000 West 59th Terrace. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted, as along with any persons here either in support or opposition to this request for variance?
Madam Chair, I apologize for that. I'm promoting Mark Pomeranke and Weston Coble.
Okay. Oh, wrong one. Okay. Okay, I see Mr. Is it Pomeranke? Renke, did I say that right?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay. And Mr. Coble, can you turn on your microphone and camera? Wow. Too much talking today. Okay, Mr. Coble, I can see you. Can you turn on your microphone?
Can you hear me now?
I can. Okay, gentlemen, I want to have each of you state your name and I will then. Before I do that, Joe, is there anyone else raising their hand in opposition or support?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Coble, we'll start with you. Would you state your full name for the record?
Weston Coble.
And would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Pomeranke, would you state your name and I'll swear you in?
Mark Pomeranke.
And do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Gentlemen, have you reviewed the staff report created as it relates to this request for variance? And if so, do you have any objection to the admission of the administrative exhibits found on page 3 of that report, numbering 1 through 9?
No objection.
Exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. There is a PowerPoint. We'll have Anna share that with us, and then gentlemen will have questions, okay?
Okay. Docket item number 9 focuses on 1000 West 59th Terrace. Property is zoned R6. The applicant is seeking a variance to the rear and side yard setbacks. 1000 West 59th Terrace is in the Brookside Ward Parkway area in Kansas City. The subject site is in the middle of an established neighborhood, but just for some context, a few notable landmarks and nearby intersections include Ward Parkway, which is to the west of the property off screen, and the intersection of Brookside Boulevard and West 59th Street is to the east, also pictured off screen. The applicant has provided some photos of the property to provide some more context of the existing site. The variance requests are related to the garage, as you can see here, and also to the back of the property. This is a close-up of the applicant's submitted site plan. The variance requests are highlighted in green. So also for future reference, this is also about bringing an existing portion of the garage into compliance and the new house addition to the back of the property, the north side of the property. As stated in my staff report, the required side yard setback is 8 feet. They are proposing 4.3 feet. Again, the existing garage is already within the setback, so this requires a variance of 3.57 feet. And then to accommodate the proposed addition, this requires a variance to the rear yard setback, which is 30 feet. They are proposing 28 feet, which requires a variance of 2 feet. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Mr. Coble, are you going to make the presentation?
Sure.
Okay, so why don't you explain to the board why we should grant these variance requests?
Well, for variance B, we're pretty much, we want to extend the existing garage to better allow for the family vehicles of the Pomerankes. It's a fairly minimum size depth garage currently, and as you know, today's vehicles are larger and larger, so that would help with that. For variance A, which is the rear addition of the home, we're trying to add on a 2-story addition to this house. So this would be a rework of a kitchen and a new addition for living and dining space. And with these variances, they allow us to have a more proportionate or correct architectural appearance on the rear elevation that we would not be able to achieve otherwise.
So describe for us what those appearances are, because that looks like that's only a 2 feet variance you're requesting. What does
that is a 2 foot? We did submit plans. I don't know if those that have rear elevations associated with them.
I don't see those. Those weren't in what? They're not in our packet. Do you have those that you could share?
I could, yes, I can share those. Second.
Yeah, I've got it pulled up, Weston, if you'd like me to share.
Yeah, I'll let Mark go ahead and share that.
If you can, I just think the board, just so we could see how what that is back there.
So this is the rear elevation.
And by the way, I'm going to admit these for the board to consider. I think this will be exhibit number.
I think it'll be 10.
10. So just when this is over, gentlemen, make sure that the city gets a copy of this so we can mark it as exhibit 10. Okay. All right. Go ahead.
All right. So that the majority of the 2 foot variance that we're requesting is in that center portion right there that's being with the mouse over it. That would allow us to have a little bit of differentiation between it and the gable right behind it to allow to break up those masses and achieve those 2 separate roof planes that would be able to lay back onto the existing home. Therefore, not changing the appearance at the front of the home in the look. And it's still within style of the existing character of the home. Without that, it would be really hard to achieve the needed spaces inside to really make the addition worthwhile to accommodate the family's needs.
So do any of the neighbors, have they made comments or concerns about
I'll let Mark talk to that. I do believe they've had approval from them.
Yeah, we've met with all of our neighbors. We're on a corner lot, but we've even met with the neighbors across the street. Our rear neighbors are supportive of the addition and what we're doing. Obviously, our family's growing, and so that's our point of this addition, is to kind of grow so we can stay in the area long term. Our neighbors have seen the plans. We're maintaining the character of the house. We're not changing anything substantial. And as Weston said, the 2 foot was really to accommodate internal dimensions that help us kind of get what we need to be here long term. And then also to have the break between the two, because we're having to do the gabled, the roof coming back, you need those 2 faces to be at different elevations so that you can have the break with where they come together. So that was kind of what was driving the additional 2 feet. But no, all of our neighbors are excited about what we're doing and supportive of our addition. Generally, it's, improving the quality of homes in the neighborhood and reinvesting in this area to modernize it. Really nothing had been done in our house since about 1999 before we moved in 3 years ago.
Okay. All right. Board members have any questions for the applicant or Mr. Coble? Hearing no questions, I would entertain a motion. You can stop sharing your screen. Just make sure again, Anna gets a copy of that, please.
I believe it's
Chairwoman,
submitted, but
I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Coble.
I said, I believe it's already been submitted at the variance request, but I can resubmit to her again.
It's just not in what I see. Maybe she has it, so I'll let you guys work that out. We just will need a copy for the record. All right, Mr. Ebbets, go ahead with your motion.
Thank you, Chairman Otto. In case number 75, I recommend the applicant be granted the request in accordance with the site plan and staff reports submitted herein.
I have a motion from Mr. Ebbets. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Kelleher. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request has been granted. Thank you. Good luck with your addition.
Thank you.
All right, moving along, let's go to docket item 10, case number 78 with an address of 1036 Westover. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted, as well as any persons online who are here in support or opposition to this request for a variance?
Madam Chair, I just promoted Mike Kress, and I'm promoting also Amy and Paul Holwinski.
Okay. Mr. Kress, can you hear me?
I can now. Thank you. Just took a minute to update.
Okay, and Ms. Holwinski, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. And Mr. Holwinski, I see him there. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay. And Mr. Kress, are you the architect in this case?
I am.
Okay, all right. I'm going to start with you, and then folks, I'm going to have you state your names and I'm going to swear you in. So Mr. Kress, state your name, please.
Mike Kress.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Ms. Holwinski, if you would state your name.
Amy Holowinski.
Holowinski, I'll get that right the next time.
That's all right.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Holowinski, would you state your name for the record?
Yes, Paul Holowinski.
And would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Kress, have you reviewed the staff report that's been created as it relates to your client's request for variance?
I have.
Do you have any objection to my admitting the administrative exhibits found on page 4 of the staff report, that number 1 through 9?
I do not.
Exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. Jared has a PowerPoint among those exhibits. So Jared, let's see those, and then we'll hear from Mr. Kress and the applicants.
Okay, let me share my screen really quickly. Okay. Before us, we have docket item number 10. The applicants are seeking approval of 2 accessory structure variances. A is for the height, B is for the area. This is the location of the subject site. It is just east of Luce Park. Here's a closer view of the subject site. Luce Park is just up here to the northeast. This is the site plan for the subject site. The accessory structure is a pool house. It is in white here to the east on the property. This is an elevation of the proposed pool house. These are the Missouri case factors to be considered for variance A. The variation is 4 feet 8 inches higher than the maximum allowed. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. The difficulty in this case could be obviated by a change in design. These are the case factors for variance B, which is the area. The variation to the requirement is 790 square feet in area. A substantial change is not anticipated. The difficulty in this case could be obviated by a change in design. Staff has reviewed all zoning variance review criteria and finds this case to be in compliance. With that, I conclude my presentation.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I don't know if you were listening online. The concern always in these cases is the area variance, Mr. Kress. This is quite, again, like the prior case that we continued, at least you did bring us elevation drawings, so that we appreciate that, so we can actually see what it's going to look like. And the height. So I really need to understand, this property is a little bit bigger, but it's not overly large, and you're really taking up a lot of space with this. So why do we need one this big?
So we'll start with the area. Is that correct? In terms of the hardship. So at the end of the day, on this nearly 1.5 acre site. So Jared, do you mind putting up the site plan? I think that's helpful. In fact, I'll probably make reference to that. But at the end of the day, with the pool house being detached from the main house, the utility and our actual submission had the floor plan in it, but I can talk to this just fine. The whited out area, guys, is actually about 660 interior square feet for what it's worth. But we went with the more conservative number because it was hard to tell if it's drip line or what the case may be. But we're talking about the 660 square foot of area that's inside. So just from a practical standpoint, if you, because of the separation from the main house, the utility of having a restroom shower in there, the utility of having a mechanical room to heat and cool the space, once those two items are in there, we're already north of 100 square feet. So I guess I make a point to say the hardship is that once you get any practical utility in these accessory buildings, you cannibalize just by the basic backbones of a restroom and in this case, a mechanical room to drive the heating and cooling. We're less than 90 square feet left of usable space if we are to stay below that 200. So the hardship is just, frankly, the practical utility in making this investment worth doing. It's intended to be support the pool, as you can see there. So there will be a small entertainment space. It is not obviously intended for overnight stays or residency in any way, shape, or form. But we do understand that the client does understand, I should say, that at 660 square feet, that's above the 200. As such, we've done a good job, I believe, by pulling it off the property lines to try to have minimal impact to the neighbors who we did meet with. I don't know, Teresa, if that's, or Madam Chairman, if that's good enough.
I appreciate that presentation and it's thoughtful. I just am trying to decide. I understand your hardship is a financial investment. Unfortunately, that's not something the board is to look at as one of its issues. If you didn't have the shower or the bathroom, how could you reduce this in size?
Well, without the shower, without the shower or the bathroom, it's really no point for the client. That's really it's intended to support the pool. And so that's why I was using that as sort of the basis. Once the utility, the baseline utility of the building is there before we even get any gathering space, we're already 50% over what the allowable square footage is. So the hardship is really just trying to have a functioning gathering space to support the pool as an accessory building.
Can you show us the rendering of it again so we can just, sure. It came by fast because you're trying to.
I think that Jared's got the.
Yeah, Jared, can you pull that up?
Jared, as you're pulling that up,
can you all not see that?
No, all we can see is the site plan.
Oh, huh. Okay. Give me 1 second. I thought I had my, I was looking at it the whole time over the site plan, but I guess you guys couldn't see it. Give me 1 second to sort out my screen sharing.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kress, did you have another comment?
No, I was going to ask Jared. I think that the complete package we submitted also included, I wanted the board to also see the next step, which is where that 10-foot line hits. We were really conscious.
It was there and it went away.
Was it showing it?
No.
Do you see it now?
Now, yes. Yeah, right there.
There it is.
All right.
Perfect.
Okay.
So the 660 square feet, guys, is everything that's sort of within the glass enclosure. An additional roughly 300 square feet, 2/3, 1/3, if you will, is more pavilion style. So we are 15 feet off the property line to the east. We're 37 feet to the property line to the north and 90 plus feet to the property line to the south. So.
And why do you, Mr. Kress, why do you need the extra height?
Well, really, at the end of the day, it comes down to, it's a heavily wooded site, and putting a flat roof on this didn't make practical sense. We did look at that, but what we ended up doing was matching the historic house and the pitch of that roof as a concession. Jared, do you mind jumping up to slide 6 just above this? Thank you. At least I see it on your sidebar there. Thank you. Oh, you can't really read it, but there's a red line. Maybe you could zoom in a little bit. What we did, guys, is we lowered that eave line to 8 feet, so that that 10 foot is that 10-foot datum is actually the restricted line. So we pulled some 18 inches to 24 inches, depending on if you look at the rafter tails of the eave height itself, to be well beneath that, so that as we hit that 10-foot datum, the house is stepping back. The roof, I should say, is stepping back. So we tried to be extremely conscious of that 10 foot, but the practical utility of having a flat roof in our climate and in a wooded site like this just gets to be a real hardship for the owner from a maintenance and longevity standpoint. So we tried to weigh all those factors, Madam Chairman, and kind of push and pull, and we looked at a variety of different ways, but this is what we'd like to present today.
Mr. Kress, Mark Ebbets, I've got a question. So
Sure.
That's a very wooded site. So you really don't have anyone behind or, and I think Warren Park was maybe not to the side, but no one else can see much, correct?
No, the only people that arguably would have we're hemmed in to the north, Mark, Mr. Ebbets, to the north with another accessory building, as you can see there, Jared, if you don't mind. And then to the east, which we could, with an accessory, go to 1.5, but we went to 15. The Holowinskis actually met with those neighbors to the east and reviewed the plans with them. And frankly, they loved it and were excited about it. And they're thinking about making a similar move down the road. But you're right, it's heavily wooded. So we intend to keep that up to and including the site plan might be a great one to go back to, number 8 there, if you don't mind, on the left. Not only did we pull the house off of further than we needed to the east, but those are some great trees there that we are actually have pure footings so that we do minimal root damage, if any, to try to maintain all those trees. So really the siting came down to maintaining those trees. So we tried to be conscious of that.
Jared, can I see slide 9? Okay. And what else do we have so that just so that we're looking at this? Looks like you have some other renderings. Let's see them so the board can see them.
Yeah. Great. Thank you for doing that. So we included the next slide 11, Madam Chairman. Not this one. This is a view from their home, but the final slide 11 was intended to give some idea of what it's like from the street. So this is actually from the fence line, but this south face, which is where those small chairs are, that's actually north of 90 feet to the property line itself. So we're well off the street, and it's, again, heavily wooded. I did want to point out the other thing that kind of gave us some comfort in coming forward with this today. The residents within 200 feet is sort of a litmus test. There are 10 pools within 200 feet. Of those 10 pools, 7 have an accessory building of some shape or form. So we felt that from a neighborhood precedent standpoint, we weren't going to upset the apple cart.
All right, board members, questions for Mr. Kress or the applicants?
I'd like to do a motion if no one else has any other questions.
Jared, you can stop sharing your screen just so I can see everybody. Sorry. It's easier for me to see who's talking. Any other questions before Mr. Ebbets makes this motion?
I did have one question. I guess in comparison with the other accessory structures in the neighborhood, how does this one compare in size? So there are 7 others or so?
Yeah, it runs the gamut. Some are in fact larger. Full disclosure, that's an audit done by Walking and Google Earthing. And when the Holowinskis decided, I had said, hey, look, it might make sense to reach out to the 200 folk. You don't have to, but so we kind of looked at it that way. So in full transparency, that's my audit. It's Walking and Google Earthing. So I can't speak to it, but they run the gamut. They really, I'd imagine some are on Ward Parkway on the other side of the street, which are bigger yet.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? All right, Mr. Ebbets.
Thank you, Chairman Otto. So in case number 78, I recommend the board approve the client's request, the applicant's request in accordance with site plan and staff report.
I have a motion from Mr. Ebbets. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Stiller. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request has been granted. Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
All right. Let's move on to docket item 12, case number 69. The address is 9301 State Line Road. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted, as well as any persons in support or opposition?
Promoting Galen Davenport. And Carol Winter Road.
Okay.
Anna, can you try to promote Galen? I've tried several times and it's not moving him. Whatever you did worked. Thank you.
And
No worries. Thank you.
What about Miss Winter Road?
She lowered her hand. I'll go ahead and promote her over.
I mean, okay, does she not want to? Yeah, I guess that's my question. Is she? All right, Mr. Davenport, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Madam Chairman.
Okay, and before we get started, Ms. Winterroud, are you interested in this case? You're on mute, ma'am.
Okay.
Now we
Okay,
can.
unmute.
Okay.
Are we moving?
We can hear you. Are you here? Are you interested in this matter?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, we'll swear you in just a minute then. Okay, let me deal with Mr. Davenport. Mr. Davenport, would you state your name for the record?
Yes, I'm Galen Davenport.
And would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. and Mrs. Winterroud, would you please state your names individually and then I'll swear you in.
Carol Winter Road.
I'm KB Winter Road, and I will not swear, but I will affirm that my yea is my yea and my nay is my nay.
Well, I'm going to give you the option. I do that because I know some people don't like to swear. So I always do an or in my thing. So if you both would please raise your right hands. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, we do.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right. And you're here in opposition or support?
Opposition.
Okay, we'll get to you in a minute then. I'm going to hear what Mr. Davenport has to say. Mr. Davenport, have you reviewed the staff report that has been created as it relates to this request?
I have.
On page 3 of that, I'm sorry, on page 2 of that report, There's a list of administrative exhibits that number 1 through 9. Do you have any objection to my admitting those items into evidence for the board to consider this afternoon?
I do not.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted, and there is a PowerPoint presentation. Anna, when you're ready.
Okay, docket item number 12 focuses on 9301 State Line Road. Property is zoned R7.5. The applicant is seeking approval of a sign variance to the maximum size of a wall-mounted sign within a residentially zoned district. 9301 State Line Road, Rockhurst High School, is in the southern portion of Kansas City near Bannister Road. This is a close-up of the site. It's highlighted in yellow. Again, for some context clues about where the site is located, the Ward Parkway shopping node is to the north off screen. The curve of Ward Parkway as it turns towards Warnell is right here on the northeast corner. And then also we have State Line Road abutting to the west, and the Burns McDonald campus is also to the southeast. The close-up of the applicant's signage plan is located on the screen. I will also note that the subject site is proposed on the north side of the building, right where my arrow cursor is.
Are you saying it's on the side of the building by the parking lot?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So the maximum size of a wall sign in a residential area is 20 square feet. The proposed sign is 219.25 square feet. So this requires a variance of 199.25 square feet. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay. Mr. Davenport, I guess I'm not understanding why the high school would need a sign on the building at that location, because it's not facing either one of the roads that carry you into the high school complex. What's the need for a sign on that building?
See if I can shine out that way.
Mr. Davenport, you're on mute. I can't
It
hear
will
you.
shine out that way.
Okay, I apologize.
That's okay.
That's correct. It's not facing any of the road. In fact, it faces a tree line on the north side of the parking lot. And it's basically about school pride. They have a football field. They have parking there where they have games and things going on. And I think the school just wants to represent their school pride there.
Okay, so and Mr. Davenport, I don't remember if you've been through in front of the board before, but I'm one board member, and having been on the board for a couple decades, signage is always an issue, and what I would call superlative signage is always even harder for this board to approve. And I appreciate the pride of anything. I think that's great. I went to a couple institutions, one that has this name, but it was a university, and I appreciate all of that. So I'm one person. I'm just not sure why the board should grant this variance, but it's not really serving a signage need purpose.
I would agree with you that, but it's something that the client came to me that they would like to put up for their school and their alumni.
Yeah.
And I think if you take a look at where this sign is positioned, the direction that it faces north and slightly to the west, it basically faces Burns and McDonald campus. And I'm not aware of any residential view that's available from that. We've also gone to and put together a selection of photos where you can see from State Line that this sign isn't even visible to anybody except people that are in the Rockhurst parking lot.
Right. I understand that. I appreciate all that. But again, again, I'm one person, but this is an unnecessary sign. Signage is to be used to identify, I mean, the ordinance, the reason is to identify the location and help people identify what it is and how to get there. So again, I'm one board member. Let me ask other board members, do you have questions for Mr. Davenport? And then I'll ask for the opposition's position. Any questions? Okay, then I'd like to hear from the opposition. So if you guys could turn your microphones on and tell us your position. You're still on mute.
Okay.
Okay.
You can hear us now.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm KB Winterode, and this is my wife, Carol. And we could speak to you for quite a length, because for over 50 years, we've been involved in environmental issues. We've lived in this neighborhood for 47, in the same house, 47 years. And the lights illuminate our house when the football field lights are on. We can turn all of our lights on, the whole house out, and we save a lot of money that way because it's just beaming right in on us. But our concern here is, we agree with you. There's no reason for a sign that's 11 times what's allowed by city ordinance. Number two, they already have a monument sign, which has on two sides on State Line Road for the school, and on facing State Line as well. On the building, there's another Rockhurst sign. And then additionally, on the chapel, there's a sign. So there's 4 signs facing State Line. We've fought Rockhurst on Ward Parkway for the illumination, or illuminating signs that would be illuminated, and we won. But in the meantime, they've got Rockhurst painted on the building, which we didn't get an opportunity to be opposed to that. But we understand these kids. They're great kids. They're smart, and they've made a global impact. Rockhurst is a great school, and we're not in opposition to the school as such, but we're in opposition of the danger. It's not a real, not just a pretend danger, but Dark Skies International is an organization that's trying to get cities to keeps all the lights going down to the ground, and number one, and number two, to turn the lights off. And we know that this being a 21 or 220 some odd square feet sign, that is going to cast an illumination up into the air and out towards, mainly over to the Kansas side, where those people don't even have any say about it. And it'll impact another adjacent building of Burns and McDonald. And, if it's, we could talk to you for hours and days, but Sierra Club, Nature Conservancy, Dark Skies International, we say no, thank you, no.
Our biggest concern is illumination. The bigness of the sign and the illumination. Now, it does not face Burns and McDonald. It faces north. It does face some trees, but leaves on trees will fall. So 6 months of the year, there's going to be illumination that's going to be shining out into the area. And so we're concerned about that and how that affects everything, including wildlife. And we are in a migratory pattern for bald eagles in addition.
The trees actually will be 20 feet. The signs will actually shine over top of the trees, because they're only, one of the neighbors measured it, and he says that the trees will not really even block the light that's going to be headed, because it's going to have a north by northeast north direction. It's you can bring it back up, bring your overhead, a picture of it, and you can see how the building is going to be on actually is not due north. It's north by northwest. I said northeast. It's north by northeast.
And lastly, there's been no sign on that building for 60 years. So
we know.
why is there, what's the reason for the sign? We don't know.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Board members, any other questions? Then I'd entertain them. I'm sorry, Mr. Ebbets, did you have a question?
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
real quick. Anna, is she online with us?
Anna, yes, she is.
Yeah. If they just did the colored logo without the rockers, would they need a variance for that?
Let me pull it back up.
Galen, are you familiar? Galen, are you familiar with what I'm asking?
I'm not sure are you saying if I?
The size
right
of
there,
just this?
that one, just
Okay.
that one.
1 second.
Can you hear us? Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, just a minute. Let her do what she's doing, sir. Okay.
Okay.
So the logo is still a little bit above the 20 square foot maximum. The
All
shield.
right. Yeah, thank you. Mr. Davenport, do you think you want to take this, we can maybe continue your case? Maybe. Do you want to take this back to Rockhurst and see what they want to do, perhaps?
Well, I'm happy to go ask my client. I don't want to make a decision for them today. And with all due respect, I would like to show, if I can figure out to get my screen to share to you guys, I would like to show you the view from, because this sign faces northwest. And I would like to show you a view because it just so happens that the Google Earth shots that were presented in there are all winter shots where there's no leaves on the trees. And I think it kind of gives you some perspective.
Mr. Davenport, you should be able to share your screen now.
All right. Can you see the overhead view now?
No.
Hold on. I apologize because
What we see is just what was part of your application, Mr. Davenport.
Okay.
We just see with the pink tree, the red bud.
All right, let me try this one more time.
Northwest.
Well, it is all right, let's see something here. All right, now can you see an overhead view?
No.
It says I'm screen sharing here.
Yeah, I mean, but you might have clicked on the wrong. I know this is hard.
Right. Well, it does appear like it's going across my arm.
Okay, now some things are changing.
Yeah, but that's still on the artwork for the sign. It's not on the document I'm trying to highlight there. So I apologize that I'm not able to pull that up here because I've got a green outline around it. I'm just not sure how to move the green outline.
Okay. And that's, again, I think the board appreciates that. Again, I think the issue is that you're trying to put signage, extra signage on the building. Again, I think Mr. Ebbets was trying to suggest to you that the coat of arms or whatever might be something that's not quite as signage like. I think some individuals, schools, or entities also try to do something artistic rather than signage.
Right.
Again, I think this is nothing more than a sign because all you're doing is promoting the name of the institution. So it's not artwork. It's nothing that's distinguishing it from being a sign per se. So again, I'm one board member. I appreciate school pride. I'm very proud of where I went to school, and I can understand why alums would want that. But if this board starts to allow big signs to go on every side of the board, just because it is what the alumni want, we'll have signs everywhere. And I don't think we have the basis or jurisdiction to do that. But again, one board member.
I respect that, and I will go back to my client and discuss. So I guess we should go back to a continuance.
Okay, so do you want to try to continue this to our September setting so you can discuss changing the idea?
Yes, I will.
Okay, do I have a motion to continue this matter to our September 14th hearing?
So moved, Ebbets.
I have a motion from Mr. Ebbets. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Banuki. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter has been continued. Thank you. All right. So Mr.
Teresa,
Davenport,
can we take a break?
yeah, and yes, we're going to do that, but I want to talk just a minute about timing, if you can give me that much time before we take a break. Mr. Davenport, if you would sign off sharing your screen, and that would be appreciated.
Yes.
All right. Folks, we'll see you back in September if you decide to try a different method. If not, if you decide not to, then Mr. Davenport, you can simply dismiss the case. All right. To the folks that are here still on the online to hear cases, as you can see, it is 4:17, and we still have probably half of our docket to almost go through yet. I don't believe we're going to be able to reach all these cases yet this evening, because I think there's a couple cases that I understand have some significant opposition. So there's going to be a number of people that wish to testify. So let's take a break, board members, just a brief rest break. While we do that, I would ask you to look at your calendars for the rest of August to see if we could have a special hearing to hear the remaining part of these cases on another day. And we'll see what we can do. Well, I suggest we try to take cases until 5 o'clock, and then maybe see if we can find another day in August to clean up the unheard cases. But otherwise, we're going to continue. We'll be here till 10 o'clock tonight, and I frankly can't do that. I've got other commitments this evening. So let's take a break. Look at your calendars. Folks, we'll be back in just a few minutes, okay?
Okay, going off the record at 4:16 p.m.
if everyone is back. Joe, are you there? You might not be back yet. Well, he's doing that. Board members, we're not back online yet, Brett. So I just want to have a general conversation. Oh, Joe's there. Before we go back on recording, or unless we have to, I guess this is a public meeting. Joe, do we have to record?
I can pause this part of it, I guess.
Well, I mean, we can record, but I don't think the court reporter has to take this down is my point.
Okay.
Yeah, so you're recording this and Sarah's there. That's my question. So in terms of trying to have another meeting, and I just don't think we can get this all done tonight, and I apologize to the public. It's just some of these cases, so I have to sometimes try to start limiting time for people to testify. And I hate to do that. That's not my preference. So I think if we have another time frame to do this, we could be more lenient about giving people an opportunity to give fair public comment, because we are a public board, and I do firmly believe we need to let everyone have their time to testify or make comment. So I am a little bit underwater because I have some work commitments at the end of the month that are going to require me to be in front of a judge to get to do a trial for a client. So the only days I technically have available for the rest of the month where I could do this would be the 19th or the 20th. So I don't know if any of those days work for the rest of the board that we could make that work, or if the city, I mean, since we're online, we don't need any city facilities. I just don't know if staff members can be available on either one of those days because they have other commitments for other committees or city business.
Well, I agree with your sentiment completely. I'm good for either 19th or 20th, either one.
I can do the 19th.
Okay, so we're down to the 19th. What about Mr. Ebbets, Mr. Banuki?
Yeah, Ebbets prefers the 19th. I will be remote, but this is Zoom anyway, so who cares?
Okay, all right, perfect. What about you, Tony?
Yes, the afternoon of the 19th and the 20th I can make work.
The afternoon only. Oh,
That's right, I've got a hearing.
okay, that's what I'm asking. Okay, I just want to make sure I heard. What about you, Mr. Kelleher?
Oh, I'm scheduled to be in Saskatchewan.
Well,
that's remote.
Yeah. Well, I guess the question is we might still be able to do this without you if Tom, he's not on a quorum on some of these new cases. So maybe if Tom available on the 19th, then we would still have 1, 2, 3, 4. We still have 5 anyway. So Mike, if you could do the 19th in the afternoon. Tony, what time could we start? Could we start at 1 o'clock again? Would that work? And I mean, that would give us another 5 hours, and I think we could finish the rest of the docket. So,
Right.
That's my suggestion is it's 4:30 that we try to take a few more cases that we can, close to 5, and I can push it to 5:30 if I have to, if the other board members can. But then I think the rest of the docket needs to be handled on the 19th, if that will work for the city staff.
I'm kind of good with the 5 o'clock if we can make that work. I'm already into an 11-hour day at this point.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Abbott, I mean, Mr. Stiller, I recognize that and resemble that same description most days.
I do run out of gas at some point.
So Joe and Sarah, will that work for the city staff if we try to do it that way?
Works for me and my staff.
Okay, Sarah.
So 19th, 1 o'clock, right?
1 o'clock. Okay, so let's.
Thursdays are always iffy because council meets, so sometimes things come up, but we'll figure it out. It should work.
Okay, let's take a few more cases then. I think we could probably handle. If there's one that has a lot of public testimony, folks, I'm probably going to skip that and save that for the 19th because I don't want to, we can't start it and stop it. So let's go to 13. I don't think that's one with a lot of public testimony from what I understand. So let's call, oh, wait a minute. Brett, are you back on? Where's our court reporter? I think we lost him. Joe, we lost him. Did he go away?
Oh, great.
I know. Now we're stuck.
Yeah, he's not on there.
Oh, cool.
Let me make sure he's not on the attendee list somehow.
Okay. Yeah.
I've got to get this in my calendar right now.
Yeah, I need to put this on my calendar too for the 19th, so I don't forget it.
19th, BZA, 1 o'clock. It's in there.
No, he's not in the attendee list either.
Okay, well, we may end up having to just stop then. That's not what I wanted to do, but
Oh, we've been abandoned.
Do we have a contact for him, Joe?
Yeah, we can definitely call him.
why don't you try to call him and we'll wait, because I really would like to try to take a couple.
Oh,
there he is. He's
There
there.
he is.
He's coming.
My apologies. My internet dropped for 1 second. I had to reset it really quick, but I'm back now.
We thought that you had maybe thought we were quitting, so we're glad you're back. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Are we ready to go back on record here?
If you're ready and have a good connection.
Yes, I am. All right. Stand by. Okay, now back on record at 4:28 p.m.
Okay, let's move to docket number 13, case number 76 with an address of 1210 West 48th Street. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted, as well as any persons in support or opposition that are interested in this case?
I am promoting Terry Tevis.
Okay. Mr. Tevis, if you could turn on your camera and microphone, please.
Madam Chair, what case? I missed that.
Number 13.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Travis, and I see there are multiple people in the room, gentlemen, so can you please identify yourselves for the record, please?
I'm Terry Tevis, I'm architect for the owner. The owner is Brandon Dawkins with TC Design Build, and the future homeowner is Ron Sanders, and he's sitting over here to the.
Okay, it's really hard to hear you, gentlemen.
Yeah, I'm Brandon Dawkins. I'm the owner of the property and builder.
Okay.
This is client Ron Sanders right here, and Terry is the architect.
Okay, that's better. You have a much clearer voice. I don't know if you're sitting closer to the microphone, but thank you. Gentlemen, can you please raise your right hands to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
I do.
Okay. Is there anyone else? Joe, did anybody else raise their hands to be promoted?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right, gentlemen, have you reviewed the staff report that has been created as it relates for this request for variance?
Yes.
Do you have any objection to my admitting the 10 administrative exhibits found on the third page of the staff report?
No.
Administrative exhibits 1 through 10 will be admitted. There is a PowerPoint presentation, and Anna, if you would make that presentation, please.
Madam Chair, I want to point something out to you.
Okay.
It looks like Exhibit 10 is an email from someone in opposition, even though it's listed as administrative.
Okay.
It does not appear to be notarized.
The notarized page is on the very last page.
Oh, is it notarized?
Oh, it is. There it is. Okay. Yep. Okay. I think it is, right, Sarah?
Yes. Okay. I didn't realize that was part of the email. Okay, we're good. Thanks.
All right, go ahead, Anna.
Okay. So docket item number 13 focuses on 1210 West 48th Street. This property is zoned R2.5. The applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the rear and street side yard setbacks. The property is located in the West Plaza neighborhood. This is a close-up of the property and the surrounding area. For some context clues, this property is located in an established neighborhood right off the plaza. Roanoke Parkway is to the east, and you can also see some of like the apartment complex that transitions the neighborhood to the more shopping portion of the plaza, as well as the Porcelanaty building to the southeast. This is a rendering provided by the applicant, so you can understand the proposed site a little bit more. The variance requests are associated with this attached garage and the entry to the front home. This is a close-up of the applicant's site plan. The portions noted in green are associated with the variance, and I'm going to paraphrase the code a little quickly, just to highlight why a front yard setback isn't being requested in this case. So there's a portion of the code that says that corner lots with surrounding existing structures, that the owner of the new home, the new construction, can choose to have a front setback that aligns with the surrounding properties. So they are working with around a 16-foot front yard setback. The variances in question, though, today are to the side yard. The required street side yard is 15 feet. They are proposing 10.37 feet. This is particularly associated with some of the architectural features associated with the entryway. The code states that architectural features should project no more than 3 feet into the side yard, and those features are like a little bit over 4 feet. So this requires a variance of 4.63 feet. And then there's also the rear yard setback. This is 25 feet. They are proposing 15 feet. That is to accommodate an attached garage. And that requires a variance of 10 feet. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Gentlemen, and Anna, just leave the screen up for just a minute. Who wants to tell us why you believe we should grant these variances in the group of 3 that we have there at the table?
I'll speak. I'm Brandon, the owner.
Okay.
Concerning variance B, the reason we're asking for that variance is the encroachment is the cover on that street side over the front door. It's not a physical structure of the entire building. It's just the overhang that's encroaching on the setback. The actual house itself meets the requirement.
Okay.
And for the garage, which is variance A, it's a 25-foot setback is what's required. We're asking for 15 because we have the ability through the ordinances to make this a detached garage, which will allow us to put it 1.5 feet off of the property line. But that increases fire jump. It takes up green space because we have to connect it with a sidewalk, and in a $1.5 million home, people don't want detached garages. The house to the north is going to be tore down. It's no longer going to be 20 feet off, 21 feet. I've talked with that builder. They're going to take it all the way to the 7 feet. So if we design this with what's allowed of 1.5 feet off, we would be 8.5 feet from the new structure that's going to be built to the north of my client's home. And the way that we're proposing, if you guys see fit to give us the variance, we will be 22 feet from the structure to the north.
And the north is on this photo that Anna has up is
straight above the A.
Okay, that's what I don't see a key, but I assume based on what I understand of the street location.
That house is in permit consideration currently to be tore down. I spoke with the builder and asked him for the designs, what he was planning on doing for his client. And they're going to maximize up to 7 foot on their setback, which they're allowed without a variance.
So I understand there is some opposition to what you're asking for. And have you spoken with Mr. Farnan?
No, I've built 5 or 6 contemporaries in the West Plaza in Mission Hills in the last 5 or 6 years. And he's been involved in probably 4 of the 5 down there on each one. He doesn't even live in this subdivision. He lives down north and to the west on the north side of 48th. off of Wyoming, which isn't even the same homes association. So I don't understand why it's an issue. I can't speak for him. I just know that the setbacks are for fire jump, green space, et cetera, the spirit of those ordinances. And our design increases that and decreases impervious instead of having to put a sidewalk to connect to the detached garage that we would be allowed to do.
Madam Chair, can I ask a question?
Yes, go ahead, Ms. McStorm, because I'm reading, so that'd be great.
So if I'm looking at this correctly, you're going to have 3 garages for this single residence. You have 2 along the south plus this additional one to the north.
Right, we have 3 drivers in the home, and at this price point home, a 3-car garage is pretty much the minimum.
I understand that. I guess where I struggle is with this neighborhood, a 3-car in an urban environment is not the norm. And so I didn't know, I mean, if you've already got the 2 plus driveway space, if you could eliminate the 3rd on the north altogether, which would then eliminate the variance requirement.
Well, the city only allows us 20 foot wide at the street, and I have a light pole and another utility pole that wouldn't allow us to design the house with 3 on that side. And I've done 3-car garages on my last 3 homes down in the West Plaza and had no issues with them. One of them, my last one, was literally 12 houses down the street from the man who's opposing this on 5008 Wyoming.
Did you get any variances for any of those?
I did not need a variance for any of them. When John was at city planning, he gave me an administrative on my 4555 and 4559. I had a double lot. I built for the CEO of Beauty Brands at that time, Karen Lerner. And it says that there was autonomy and what we were asking at that time, but it didn't require BZA. So he just gave me the administrative variance right there in the office.
And who did that?
John, what was John's last name? I can't, sorry, Brandon. You don't remember his name? John. He used to be in planning. We used to go, and back before COVID, we could go in there and have meetings in person and walk through it. But I've only done 2 houses down there that don't have 3-car garages. And those were the first 2 that I ever did that are on Mercier as well.
Was that John Eckhart?
Yes, I think that sounds correct. I used to go in, Terry had an associate, Lonnie, and Lonnie and I used to go down there and have meetings when we used to be able to walk things through.
All right, so I don't have an issue with the overhang. I'm just trying to decide, as I agree with Ms. McStorff, it's a self-creation because they want a 3rd-car garage. I mean, that's the problem with the variance. That's the practical difficulty.
I could ask Anna if she could go ahead and show the other, we have a couple of exhibits there that show we have a couple of other exhibits that show a site plan condition for what that attached garage looks like.
Okay.
There's another, right there is the one that I was going to ask her to show. This condition would be allowed without a variance.
Can you blow that up a little bit, Anna? It's kind of hard to see.
One second.
Okay. Sorry. I don't think that's in our packet of stuff. I haven't seen that unless I missed it.
It's in the PowerPoint, and I didn't get it submitted in time to get it into your packet. I apologize for that.
Okay.
Okay, this is as big as I can make it right now. There's the elevation and the site plan.
Okay, so
if it were to be a detached garage.
Yeah, so what you're saying is if you did a detached garage, the red would be the detached garage next to the house.
Right, and then there's another exhibit that is the same, shows the same configuration with the garage attached, and they should be looked at in comparison to each other. If Anna could bring that one up too, not at the same time necessarily, but so we could see them side. Yeah. No.
You mean there's another elevation drawing? Sir?
Another diagram that shows the garage being attached, yes.
Okay.
It's just to give the board a comparative view between the two. We think that the attached garage offers more harmony, offers better scale, offers better composition, offers more livability, just offers a lot of advantages to the owner and the neighborhood. And I can't see what the detraction would be in accepting that particular arrangement as opposed to a detached garage, which I can understand is a benefit, but it doesn't seem to be as connected or compliant with the rest of the neighborhood, especially in light of the fact that this house next door to us is likely going to be up against our minimum lot line, which is just 7 feet away. So it would provide a lot better gap between the homes if we had the garage attached as opposed to detached.
I'm just one board member. I'm sympathetic to that idea, but I'm kind of concerned that is us changing the code. There's a reason why the council has developed the ordinance the way they developed it with regard to the difference between attached and detached structures, and so I'm a little worried about going against.
I understand that too, but I'm not sure what the actual history is on the adaptation of a detached accessory building. You know, one of the things that we could do if we had an alley in our backyard, the attached garage would be acceptable in the ordinance. So I think that some provisions in the ordinance probably, and I'm not claiming this is the case, but maybe should be revisited, make sure what their applicability is for what these neighborhood developments need to, what they would typically consist of, especially in a modern environment.
And also when that ordinance was created, a lot of the spirit of that, I believe, was fire jump, you know, in between homes, because the majority of the homes, roughly 98% of the homes down there, are on 34-foot to 40-foot wide lots. And they were concerned about fire jump and green space. And what we're proposing increased or decreases the risk of fire jump. It increases the green space on the property. And it's a way better solution than what we can do right now with the detached. We're going to be 8.5 feet from the new house that's built to the north. And that's going to place the fire jump probability much closer to the garage, thus much closer to the main structure that we're proposing to build right now. I mean, we're going from 8.5 feet with what we can build, and what we're asking puts us at 22 feet away from that and increases green space because there'll be no impervious material from the house to the detached garage.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Stiller.
Would you remind me on the south side driveway, was that a utility pole that's in the way of adding a third space for a 3-car garage?
There's 2 poles. Two poles.
2 utility poles. Have you approached?
We have one that's a light pole and one that looks like it's a cable pole. It's not a utility. We've tried to reach out to Blacks to find out if they're the ones that own it and are responsible for it or not, but we can't get a return phone call. And when we sent them an email, they said they were backed up and would get to us as soon as possible. And that was back in mid-June, I believe. And we've sent 4 or 5 follow-up emails since then.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm sympathetic with Miss Mixdorf in that, you know, maybe at some point a house of this scale just isn't appropriate for an urban neighborhood. 3-car parking garage. But on the other hand, if you've got other houses in the general area that with the ability to comply have 3-car garages, now this property is limited in that it can't be utilized at the same level of use as those others. That bothers me a little bit.
Yes, there are, my last 3 are 3-car. There are 2 literally 3 houses down that I built prior. And then there's 2 new ones being built across the street that are 3-car garages that are more square footage above grade than this house. My last 2 houses were bigger than this, and the 2 getting ready to come on the market, just a few houses down the street, are larger above grade than this as well.
And those are down the house, those are down Mercer to the north, and then they're on the west side of the street. Just off picture all this site plan.
I mean, there's multiple precedent of larger homes than this home with 3-car garages built in the West Plaza. I've built 3 or 4 of them, and there's 2 others. I believe Hickok did one that was a 3-car, and Talon came down and he did one that was a 3-car.
Okay.
That's all been done in the last 5 years.
Okay, I think we've answered these questions, folks. I think the board's just going to have to make their decision one way or another. And again, there were no oppositions. There were no people in opposition that raised their hand that were online on this case, correct? Okay.
Seeing none.
Okay, thank you, Anna. So that being said, board members, I would entertain a motion on this case.
Oh, excuse me, Madam Chair.
Yes.
In case number 76, I would move that the board grant the request in accordance with staff report and site plan.
I have a motion from Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second?
Second, Ebbets.
I have a second from Mr. Ebbets. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And I think that was 3 ayes. Is that correct? Mr. Kelleher, you were an aye. Is that right? Yes. Okay. Any opposed?
Opposed.
And chair votes with the motion. The request is granted. Okay.
Chairman and board.
Yep. Okay. So let me see where we are. We have 10 minutes basically. And I think I had an understanding that 15 had several people that needed to speak. So I'm not sure we can accommodate docket 15 today. Anna, we probably have time for one short case. Is there one on the docket between 15 and 22 that would be a short case?
Reviewing it right now. Jared, any word on 16? Docket item 16?
Sure. 16 is an appeal. I don't know how simple it will be. I've never handled an appeal before, but it does. It's an appeal of a CLNU.
What about number 18?
That will the CLNUs usually take us a bit. I'm not sure we can do that in 9 minutes or 8 minutes. We're losing time here.
Jared, docket item number 18. 5127 Walnut Street.
Sorry, I was muted. I believe that one should be relatively simple. Yep, it's just some variances in addition to an existing encroachment.
I'm sorry, which number was that?
18.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Let's try to take 18 then, and we will take 15, 16, 17, 19, 20, 21, and 22 on August 19th. Okay, so let's call docket number 18.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to bring your attention to the chat. I don't know if there was some conversation around docket item 16 as well. I don't know if that changes how we proceed just based on time, but just
let me look at it real quick. Again, and it's a CLNU, so we have to take more testimony. I understand there might not be opposition, but that doesn't mean it won't take the board some time to understand it because the board has to get testimony from staff. So I appreciate the circumstance, but I'm not, a sale falling through. Anna or Jared, do you know anything about that matter?
They have mentioned to me that there is a sale relating to this. I believe they're trying to sell the triplex. That's pretty much all I know about it.
All right, guys, let's try to take 16. Let's try to do it. And then we'll do 15, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, and 22 on the 19th. So let's call docket item 16, case number 81, 3625 Central. Anna, would you please promote whoever is interested in that case, both the applicant and all interested parties? Everyone else online, I apologize for not being able to hear everybody today, but we will hear you on the 19th.
Okay, I have promoted a Mr. Block and a Joshua and Gail Flick as well.
Okay. All right, so Mr. Block, you're the applicant, is that correct, Zachary Block? I'm sorry, Mr. Block, I can't hear you.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, can you state your name, please?
Yes, my name is Zachary Block.
Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Hardin, who are you?
Yes, thank you. My name is Joshua Hardin. I represent Cruise Partners LLC with the firm of Collins and Jones at 1010 West Foxwood Drive, Raymore, Missouri.
Okay, Mr. Hardin, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
So you represent Mr. Block. All right, Ms. Flick, who are you? I can't hear you.
Estate agent with Reese and Nichols and Leewood, representing the sale for the Crew Partners.
Okay, so would you state your name for the record, please?
Gail Flick.
And would you raise your hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Hardin, have you reviewed the staff report connected with your client's application today?
Yes, I have.
Do you have any objection to my admitting the administrative exhibits numbering 1 through 10 found on page 3 of the staff report?
No, I do not.
Administrative exhibits 1 through 10 will be admitted. Jared, then please make the presentation, so then we'll hear from Mr. Hardin.
Okay, I'll try to do so quickly. I believe they also had an exhibit. I don't know if that needs to be admitted now. Or...
What is it, Mr. Hardin?
Yeah, it's tax records for homes on the block to show conformity and consistency of the use of the property.
Okay, are those marked as Exhibit 11?
I have not personally marked them, but
okay, we're going to mark those as Exhibit 11, and I will admit them.
Thank you.
All right, go ahead, Jared.
Okay. Talk fast here.
That's all right.
So this is docket item.
Hey, Jared, don't talk fast because we need to get this recorded, so that's okay.
Yeah, I was just kind of making a joke, but this is a legal non-conforming use. It is an appeal of the decision to deny the certificate of legal non-conforming use for the subject property. It is currently being used as a triplex. This is the location of the subject site. It's in the Midtown Plaza area. This is a closer view of the subject site. It's just off of Broadway on Central Street. This is the triplex. It looks like a single family home, but I believe there's 3 units within. So there's relevant code sections here. The first that I've included listed is the basis for why the administrative decision was made to deny this application. That being that the property was made non-conforming by a neighborhood-wide rezoning that occurred on September 27th, 2007. And the application for this CLNU was filed on May 1st, 2021. The second section listed described the appeal process for nonconformities. As described in this section, the board may waive that 1-year requirement listed in the first section If they find that approving the certificate will not result in a use that is out of character or incompatible with the surrounding neighborhood, and that not approving the certificate would create a hardship for the current owner of the non-conforming property. I will leave the rest to the applicants. With that, I will conclude my presentation.
Thank you, Jared. Mr. Hardin, please tell us why you believe your client falls into the category that we should overrule this finding.
Sure. First of all, thank you very much for squeezing us in at the end of the day here. So there are two elements here under 88-610-01E3A for a situation where the certificate of legal nonconforming use is based upon the failure to get a waiver within a 1-year time frame. Those are, number one, that the certificate will not result in a use that is out of character or incompatible with the surrounding neighborhood. And two, that not approving the certificate would create a hardship for the current owner of the non-conforming property. We believe and will present evidence that we fit both of those elements smack dab in the center. For number one, that the certificate will not result in a use that is out of character or incompatible with the surrounding neighborhood. I'm going to ask Ms. Flick to testify as to the exhibits that we have introduced or been admitted into the record, and her personal knowledge of the use of the surrounding the surrounding properties to show that its current use as a multifamily triplex is in no way whatsoever outside the character or incompatible with the surrounding neighborhood. And then I will also ask Ms. Flick and Mr. Block to describe the hardship that they are going to encounter, by the way, not just from the pending sale, okay, although that is one element of it, but there's going to be other economic financial hardships if the certificate is not issued. So with that, if you don't mind, if I can kind of pass the stage to Ms. Flick for her testimony.
That's fine. Go ahead, Ms. Flick.
Thank you so much for letting me speak. The current use of the property is a triplex. It was originally built early 1900s as a single family home. It is a 2.5-story home, so it has 3 separate apartments. The exhibit that we admitted were tax records from properties that were on the exact same block, the 3600 block of Central Street, that were single family homes built, and they all have been converted into triplexes. Every one of these homes have similar lot size, which is close to the 1.2 acres. They're all the shirtwaist style homes. They all have the designation as being a multifamily home. They've all fit the criteria and were designated as a triplex. And you will see that down on the exhibits under the characteristics that, in the tax codes. So the homes are about, they're all, the ones we have listed are the homes at 3615, 3613, 3637, and 3633. So every one of those homes are a shirtwaist 2.5-story, similar lot, about 1.2 acres.
I just want to interrupt you for a minute because sometimes it answers a question that we have. This is not quite like a courtroom because we do have a little bit of question. Those other homes that you've just described, are any of those subject to have been granted a CLNU?
They are, I guess I'm not quite sure of the question. Maybe Josh could answer that.
Okay. I don't care who answers it.
Yeah, I do not, and my answer is I do not know if they have or have not. I suspect that some of them have, that they probably have not, because I believe that they were triplex multifamily there would be no reason for them unless they transferred ownership for some of those to have received to receive that. But I honestly don't know.
Okay, all right, Ms. Flick, go ahead.
Okay, so let's see. The hardships that this would cause is basically Crew Partners came in when they bought it and they renovated 2 of the 3 units and made it very nice for tenants while keeping the rents low. So the hardship would be that if we had to displace 3 different renters. That being said, along with, we do have a very good pending sale from an investor, and the sale will not go through unless it's converted to the multifamily unit with the CLNU. And that's basically the hardships of that. If I can answer any other questions. I really did dig deep into the neighborhood, and about that, our only problem is that we didn't own the house in 2007 during that year window when, or not me personally, but the Crew Partners, to get the CLNU, so, or to get the designation. So, but every other house in the neighborhood that was a single family home that's converted to a multifamily home has a designation, and they are all rentals and they are not owner occupied. And we feel that this unit provides good rentals and good homes for our tenants.
Madam Chairwoman, I can kind of follow up on one thing that Ms. Flick said, which I think transitions nicely to Mr. Block as well. When they purchased it, they went in and they renovated the home in, triplex, made very nice multifamily, home there. Okay. So I think that if the certificate were not issued, it's not so, yes, the sale wouldn't go through. It would be unsellable as a investment property, et cetera. But even more than that, I think that there would be a substantial amount of new renovation which would need to occur in order to convert it into something, by the way, that it has not been for decades and decades, which is basically a single family home, which in fact would be out of conformity with the rest of the neighborhood. And so, if Mr. Block can perhaps add more color to the renovations that they did, and in terms of hardship, what would be necessary if the certificate was not, if it was not granted.
Okay.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Brady, because let's try to keep this moving here. Yeah.
Did I hear that you said it hadn't, something with 2007? So has this not had an active CLNU since 2007, or is there just a 1-year gap? I'm trying to understand when this came out of conformity then.
So thanks to staff, by the way, and Jared on their, if you look at the case history on the second page of the report, it kind of gives a history of how this went, at least since 1988. And Gail tells me that it goes back farther than that as a triplex, multifamily triplex. But that case history kind of gives, it was rezoned in 2007 from an R1B. And that's the date that the property became non-conforming. Again, I guess it was conforming before. And then, so here we are.
Oh, yeah, and that is confusing. I think, Jared, in your presentation, you said it became non-conforming in 1975. Didn't I read that on your slide presentation?
So 1975 is the year, March 31st, 1975 is the date that CLNU applications that were made non-conforming as of that date and onwards are given the 1-year deadline to apply for the CLNU. This property was became a non-conforming use in 2007. It
Okay.
also was prior, but then in 1988, the board granted them 2 variances to their lot and made them conforming. And then once again, they became non-conforming again in 2007 when the entire neighborhood upzoned.
I see. Okay. All right. I got you. All right.
It's a confusing timeline.
Okay. All right. Okay. Yes. Okay. So Mr. Block, you were speaking. Let's try to move through this so we can make a decision.
Yes, I'll make this quick. My name is Zachary Block. I'm the managing partner of Crew Partners. We acquired the house in 2020, and for a while I was living in the house, owner occupying one of the units while we renovated 2 of the other ones. And then some life changes forced me to move overseas to where the rest of my family is. So I'm currently overseas right now, and that's part of the reason that we're also seeking this certificate, and the reason for the sale is that the hardship of me leaving to go overseas has left one of our other members who lives in Kansas City to run and maintain the property. So it's become a lot more difficult to do that, and these buyers are locally based and would have much better ability to run the property as it is. It's currently a home to 4 tenants, and another hardship is that we're unable to separate a lot of those utilities, so tenants are forced to share electricity and utilities. So that creates a hardship among them as well as for us as the landlords. And in regards to it becoming non-conforming in 2007, we didn't own the property at that time, like Gail and Mr. Harden have said. We're trying to file this appeal to get it conforming with the rest of the neighborhood, like Gail was saying, is converted multifamily homes already.
Okay. Anna, would you promote Angie's split Gerger Burger? I'm not sure.
Yes.
I need,
she's being promoted.
Yep. I don't know what her concern is, but I want to make sure she's not on this case. Ms. Split Gerber, can you hear me?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. Are you interested in this matter?
I am interested in this.
Okay.
matter.
Can you state your name, please?
Sure. My name is Angela Split Gerber. That's SPLITTGERBER.
Okay, let me swear you in. Would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Are you here in opposition?
I am.
Okay, let's hear from you then.
So I live in the Midtown area in Hyde Park. This property is in Old Hyde Park.
Ma'am, I'm sorry. Could you stop a minute? I see another hand raised. It's something Donna or Bill. Can you promote them too?
Yes, Donna's being promoted.
Okay. Is there anybody else on this case? Because we need to keep moving here. Is there anybody else out there? Okay. All right. I don't know if it's Donna or Bill. I think that's Donna or Bill Boley. Are you interested in this case?
Yes, I'm Donna.
Okay. And do you have your camera? Can you turn your camera on?
I have to take the yellow sticky off.
Okay. I started to interrupt you, ma'am, but let me just get everybody on because if we
should be able to show me now.
Okay. I can't see you, but that's okay. Let's keep moving because we do have limited time. People need to get out of here. Ma'am, can you state your full name, please?
Oh, Donna, D-O-N-A, Boley, B-O-L-E-Y.
Are you here in opposition or support?
In opposition.
Okay. I can't see your hand, but please affirm that you're raising your right hand and take this oath with me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Hang on. We're going to hear from Angie first, and then we'll be back to you, Donna. Angie, go ahead.
Okay. So I work a lot with the Old Hyde Park Neighborhood Association on behalf of Hyde Park Neighborhood Association with regard to development issues. And both of our neighborhoods have spent a significant amount of time and energy downzoning. Our homes were originally built as single family homes, just as this one at 3625 Central was built. And over time, they had been broken, some of them into multiple units. And the neighborhoods have invested a lot of time and energy to downzone, as you hear here what happened in 2007 in Old Hyde Park. it really pains me to hear a realtor from Johnson County and a lawyer from Raytown talking about what is appropriate for the character of our neighborhoods here. What we want in our neighborhoods is for these homes to go back to single family homes and to not be operating as unapproved multifamily structures, which is the case that's going on with this property. I did a really quick look while we were talking. I looked at 3613, 3617, 3623. I'm not sure if all of those were cited in the tax information, but none of them have CLNUs on Compass that I can see. So I don't think that it is appropriate to cite other properties that are out of compliance as something that's within the character of the neighborhood. So I would just say that I would encourage you to uphold the staff determination here. They got it right. What the neighborhood is doing is going back to single family homes. We don't appreciate out of area developers coming in and trying to break homes into more units or preserve out of compliance properties. And certainly they have the ability to do their due diligence before they purchase these properties. And it also concerns me that we see a lot of realtors looking at tax records when Jackson County tax records are not the appropriate way to judge the zoning determination of any property in Kansas City, period, but especially in the Midtown area. So what our neighborhoods are looking for and what is consistent with the character of our neighborhoods is the deconversion of these homes back into their original single family purpose. So please deny this request for an appeal. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Boley, I can see you now. What is your comments?
I'll be very short. I support Angie's statements. The property owner had opportunities to know what the zoning was when they purchased the property or what it was, and they had a year to determine to approve to go after a CLNU. So it's, I'm sorry, but that's what the rules are. And the planning department was right in denying the zoning request, the variance request.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Boley. All right, board members, do you have any questions?
A question.
Yes, Mr.
Of the owners and the representatives. When was this house converted to a triplex?
And Gail, correct me if I'm wrong on this. I believe it was converted to a triplex multifamily. Didn't you say in the 70s?
Yes, and Zach did lots of research. Both of us, we've been researching it, and Zach, you can speak too, but we think that it was in the 70s because of the electric meters, but there is nothing documented with the city of Kansas City about when it was actually converted to multifamily, but we know it was in 1988 for sure.
When did Crew Partners buy this property?
In 2020.
Okay, all right.
And a question for staff, I guess, on that case history in 1988, am I reading that right? It appears that at that point that triplex became a legal use with the change in zoning. Is that correct?
I think they granted in 88, they granted some variances, but I think what happened in 2007, Mr. Stiller, it was rezoned, and that brought it out of compliance. And the owner at that time had 1 year to apply for the CLNU, and they did not. So, so that's the problem. So,
correct.
So it was a legal triplex at one point, lost it in 2007 by the action of others.
Yes.
Okay. You know, not necessarily evidence, but just as a matter of practical experience, oddly enough, back in the middle 90s, I just happened to discover or became aware of some loose paper documents laying on a file cabinet at City Hall that showed multiple locations, block by block, sometimes portions of the block and sometimes individual houses had been rezoned into multifamily units back in World War II. So throughout the Midtown area, there's a multitude of these single-family houses that to the tune of maybe 80 some years were rezoned, but who knows where those documents are at this point.
Right.
It's not an easy question.
Well, the question really here isn't, there's no question they didn't ask for it. So the question that this board has to consider is this neighborhood still in this stage, or is the downzoning that the opposition have described in play? So that's what the board needs to understand, and make that decision. So, okay. Having said that, do I have a motion in this case? I know you all want to go home, so, and I have somewhere I have to be, so I need a motion.
Madam Chair, sorry, what case number are we on?
You're on case number 81.
Case number 81.
Docket item number 16.
Yeah. Madam Chair, in case number 81, I recommend that the board affirm the staff's decision to deny the CLNU.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second to that motion? Do I have a second to the motion? Going once? That motion fails for lack of a second. Do I have any other motions?
Given that, I guess I would move that the board grant the appeal to the staff decision in case number 81.
I have a motion from Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second to that motion?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Kelleher. All in favor, say aye.
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 Ebbets, aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
And the chair is opposed. So that motion fails 3-2-2. Okay, so the appeal is upheld. Thank you, folks. If you would sign off, I need to see, I'm going to make a couple comments before we leave. I noticed there are people still online. Is anyone still online because they have a question we need to try to answer yet? I'm not going to hear any other cases, but I notice people are still out there. So if someone is still online and you think you can't have your case heard on the 19th, we'll address that on the 19th rather than taking up those continuances yet tonight, because we've got people that need to get to other places. I apologize, but it's the way this afternoon has worked. So we'll try to finish this up on the 19th. Okay, any other questions?
Just to reiterate, follow up with your staff planner, either Jared Clemens or myself on Ananiski, and we'll reaffirm the new date for the special meeting for the BZA.
Okay, thank you all for your patience today. Thank you for your assistance, and we are adjourned, and we'll see you on the 19th, okay? Have a good evening.